We are recording and live.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And if you're just tuning in, welcome. Allow me to welcome you to the Newburyport, City of Newburyport Zoning Board of Appeals for our hearing this evening of May 24th, 2022. It is just about 7:03 by our clock. So this is our appointed and published start time. And as we kind of get things rolling, we try to wait a few moments as folks begin to log on, just so that everyone has an opportunity to get themselves situated. I do say, in all fairness, it's going to be a bit of a long evening. There are several applications this evening that will be fairly granular. So without further ado, I'm going to begin by introducing myself and the board. My name is Rob Ciampetti. I have the privilege of being the chairman of the Zoning Board of Appeals. And with me this evening is our vice chair, Mr. Mark Moore. Also, Mr. Stephen Delisle, our secretary, Mr. Ken Swanton, ZBA member, Mr. Walter Buchanan, member, and Mr. Gregory Beck, associate member. Also in attendance this evening, we have Caitlin Sullivan, our city planner, as well as Ms. Jennifer Blanchet, our zoning codes enforcement officer and commissioner. Finally, and certainly probably most importantly, we have, or among the most important, we have Ms. Gretchen Joy, our tireless and fearless keeper of the minutes. I mentioned Gretchen because she has the unheralded task of writing down everything everyone says. So I ask you to try to, if you are planning to speak this evening, be sure to please give your full name and address for Ms. Joy, and she will thank you and we will thank you. So what we'll do is we'll begin following our agenda. We have one matter that is a request for withdrawal, which is our first matter on the agenda. That's in the public hearing section. Before we begin, though, I will start by calling the roll. The roll will establish a quorum. Once we establish that we have a legal quorum to proceed, we'll begin with the business of this evening. I will then just go through a quick overview for those of you that may be new to the Zoning Board of Appeals, or in fact any public hearing, especially one that's conducted via Zoom or electronically. I'll go through a bit of the lay of the land. I'll try to be very brief but succinct in just walking through how the process works for anyone who's maybe not familiar with how the business of this evening will be conducted. So without further ado, I'll begin by calling our roll. And members of the ZBA, please just respond if you are present with either here or I. Mr. Mark Moore.
Present.
Mr. Stephen Delisle.
Here.
Mr. Ken Swanton.
Here.
Mr. Bud Shannon.
Present.
And Mr. Gregory Bennett.
Here.
And Rob Ciampetti, I'm present. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the affirmative that are present. That is in fact a quorum. I'll also, for the record, and this is more of a legal criteria, the Zoning Board of Appeals, in order for any application to be successful, at least 4 members of the ZBA must vote in the affirmative. We have 5 voting members and 1 alternate this evening. For the record, the 5 voting members will be Mr. Mark Moore, Mr. Stephen Delisle, Mr. Ken Swanton, Mr. Bud Shannon, and myself, Rob Ciampetti. Mr. Gregory Bennett will be participating in all deliberations and all questions. And if there's any recusal for any reason by a member of the ZBA, Mr. Bennett will be stepping up to serve in a full voting capacity. So with that, we can establish a quorum and begin this evening's business. I'll start by just going over 2 sort of housekeeping matters. One, of course, is a quick lay of the land. For members that haven't, or I should say for anyone, any of our fellow residents here in the city of Newburyport who have not yet had the opportunity to be part of a public hearing, whether it's ZBA or anything else via Zoom or live. The way the business of the ZBA works, it's a little bit more, I'll say formal, but it's not terribly formal. It's only formal in that we're a board of appeals, so we are beholden to a certain stricture of rules and procedure. So I will apologize in advance for what seems, a bit, overly, we'll say formal. It's just merely the process. We begin every hearing by myself reading the legal application. The legal application is essentially just me restating the public notice. If you are or were an abutter, you would have received this this public notice. It's published in the newspaper as well. I do my best to, of course, just summarize that. We announce each application by its name, the application name, as well as the property address. And then I also just briefly describe the relief being sought. And in the Zoning Board of Appeals sort of language, language. We speak in terms of variances, special permits for non-conformities. We just describe that so that anyone who's listening will have a fair understanding of what it is exactly, or at least generally, that the applicant is seeking relief from this board. I'll then also go into a bit more detail and just simply describe it in regular terms. Applicant seeks permission to build or reconstruct this or that, or to add this or that, so that you don't have to have any kind of a legal education to understand what in the world's happening. So with that, I'll then read the legal notice, go into that description. We will then turn the floor over to the applicant or the applicant's representative, their legal counsel, their engineer or architect, or others that wish to present the application. Once the applicant has completed the presentation of the application, I then close that portion of the public hearing and we go to public comment. Public comment is the section during which any member of the public may simply click on the bottom of your Zoom screen, raise your hand. We will recognize you. I'll recognize you by name. If you're dialing in, I'll recognize you by the last 4 digits of your phone number. So be mindful if that's how you're connecting. Listen for that. You will want to hit star. I believe it's *6. Caitlin, is it *6 to unmute their mic, or is it #6? In any event, we'll figure that out, as we get to anyone who might be dialing in. We will then unmute your mic and you simply are invited to speak your mind. You can give we do ask that you give your name and your address for Miss Joy to record. We do ask in the courtesy, especially in an evening like tonight where it's a very packed docket, we have a 2-minute sort of limit. It's discretionary, of course, and I often will grant as much discretion as is courteous or possible. But we do ask that every member of the audience and the public who wishes to speak, please govern yourselves courteously. And with that in mind, it's important that everyone have an opportunity to speak. So I will give you a courteous sort of heads up if we're rounding a 2-minute mark or so. It isn't a hard stop, but we just ask you to keep that in mind. Keep in mind, you don't have to come down for or against, pro or con. There are no longer sort of those columns. We will just simply invite anyone who wishes to speak to raise their hand, and as quickly as I see them, in no particular order, I'll recognize you by name or telephone number, and we'll unmute your mic and invite you to speak your mind. You're welcome to say if you're for or against. You don't have to. With that, once we've gone through anyone who has a hand raised, I'll then close that portion of the public hearing. We go to questions from the board. Members of the ZBA, one at a time, as sort of prompted by me in order, will ask questions of the applicant or the applicant's representatives. Please understand, though, if you are speaking in support or in opposition, or just simply speaking in connection with an application, know well that you may pose your comments in the form of a question. It is by no means our discourtesy or our intent to be discourteous to you in that we don't respond directly to your question. It is only in that we are simply going to receive your question, and you may well expect and you may well recognize your question in some form or another being posed on your behalf, having heard it from members of the audience by a member of the board during this questions section. So we will be writing down and taking notes and listening to everything everyone says, but please, we want to make sure that you are aware that please take no disrespect by the fact that we won't be responding directly in answering any questions posed, but pose them as you wish. You may well hear them in our section of questions from the applicant. Once we go through all questions from the members of the board, we will then close that portion of the public hearing and we go into the final section before a vote, which is deliberations. We do run this whole meeting by sort of a modified Robert's Rules of Order. So we will go through this sort of sequential process. We will go through deliberations, and in the spirit of that, we basically will be debating and discussing the merits and the criteria of the presentation and the application out loud for everyone to hear and observe. It's as though you're simply eavesdropping, and that's the intent. The public intent is full transparency and disclosure. So the deliberation section is when members of the board will discuss the ordinance merits and whether the applicant has met them or believed to have met them, or whether there are other questions. The board may circle back with additional questions, so that's not unusual. Once we've gone through full deliberation on the criteria of whatever is being sought, whether it's a special permit or a variance, we will eventually, hopefully promptly and very efficiently, kind of get to the end of that process and then close the deliberation section. Once we've closed deliberations, this is when the modified Robert's Rules of Order come into play. I will then ask a member of the ZBA for a motion. It's going to be in the form of a motion to approve, but that's really where it's more of just a mechanic. It's a motion to approve that I will ask for by any member of the ZBA, so as to get the question and the vote on the floor, so to speak. It does not mean that that member of the zoning board intends to support it or supports it. It's merely a legal mechanism to advance the question, and it's in the form of the affirmative motion to approve. That motion is then seconded. Once the motion is made and seconded, I will then go through the role of the ZBA, and again, reminding everyone of the process. A successful application requires at least 4 votes in the affirmative. So 4 members of the ZBA must vote yes. If we find 4 members or more voting yes, the motion carries and the application is approved. With that, that's kind of the lay of the land. There's one additional matter that I want to bring to everyone's attention. There is another mechanism. It's less common, and I need to talk about it just before we get started, only insofar as it being a fairly rare point, but there is a mechanism by which the ZBA may go into something called executive session. This is something whereby an applicant may request the privilege of discussing a sensitive matter, and sensitive is something defined by the wisdom of our elected representatives in the Massachusetts legislature, things that touch on personal privacy, financial privacy, perhaps, but mostly medical or other privileged information. The ZBA, like the City Council, like every public volunteer board, has this mechanism whereby we can continue this dialogue in the spirit of having it fully disclosed without running the risk of violating anyone's personal privacy, and that's a protected privacy. Issues like medical conditions and such are protected under HIPAA privilege, and there are other similar types of privileges. There has been it has been brought to our attention that there may be a raise of that concern this evening with respect to one application, and if that should come to pass, the ZBA has enlisted the expertise of our legal counsel. It's the City of Newburyport's legal counsel with Copeland and Page. We are a volunteer board, and while some of us have the unfortunate privilege of being, attorneys, fortunately, most of our members of the ZBA are not, and it's designed to be a blend of folks from everywhere, every discipline and every profession and craft and trade and such, and that's the spirit of any volunteer board. So it is not to sort of throw everyone under the legal bus of this confusing principle, other than to just simply raise it for the benefit of everyone who's listening, so that when it comes up, and I believe it will, you have some context for it. If the ZBA is presented with that request, we have done some advanced work to make sure that we, as a volunteer board of fellow citizens, have the legal guidance, the formal legal guidance of our city's attorney Deborah Eckhart from Copeland and Page, who will be with us this evening to help guide us through that technical mire. If we do go into executive session, it is a session during which the ZBA may hear the privileged information while continuing the dialogue forward. Members of the public are excluded from executive session, and I say this with great caution. It is not to exclude any member of the public from any part of the public hearing, but rather a legal mechanism that is designed to afford the privacy of privileged information without disrupting the fluency and rhythm of advancing an application forward and getting to a balanced decision. So if that's going to happen, it'll be discussed in further detail so that everyone knows what to do and how to get logged back in. And it is very much important that everyone understands that executive session is only limited to discussion of only the privileged information and nothing else. So the members of the public, which is the most important thing, are not severed from the public process, but merely the applicant or individual is insulated from being forced in that process to disclose privileged and private or sensitive information. So my apologies for all of that. It's a necessary evil this evening because we have a long agenda. So without further ado, we're going to get into the very first matter this evening. I'm going to open it up. It's a request for withdrawal. It's the very first public hearing on our agenda. We are going to move through our agenda in sequence. Starting with the first matter on our agenda, and by the way, anyone who wishes to log on, the City of Newburyport's website has all of this material. We'll be putting it up as well. But if you want to go to this website, you can click on to any one of these PDFs and follow along. But keep in mind, everything that's being discussed will be put up on the screen. Okay, so opening the public hearing of Caswell Restaurant Group. It's a continuation of a public hearing from April 26, 2022. Caswell Restaurant Group, Inc., care of Lisa Mead, Tellerman and Costa, LLC. The application's address is 17-21 State Street. This is an appeal of a zoning determination that the property is subject to the downtown overlay district. Attorney Mead, I see you in attendance. We know that you've made a request to withdraw. Do you wish to be heard, or do you wish the ZBA to just simply act on your request?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that our request speaks for itself, so the ZBA could continue to act on the request.
All right, thank you, Attorney Mead. Members of the ZBA, we have a motion, we have a request by the applicant to withdraw the application 2021-18. Do we have a motion to approve the request to withdraw?
I will move to withdraw the appeal without prejudice for 1721 State Street. That's 2021-18.
I'll second that.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Moore on the motion, Mr. Delisle on the second. Motion's made and seconded. Calling the roll, Mr. Moore.
Yes.
Mr. Delisle.
Yes.
Mr. Swanton.
Yes.
Mr. Shannon.
Yes.
Mr. Bennett.
Yes.
And Rob Champetti, I vote yes. That's 6 in the affirmative. The ayes have it. The motion carries. The matter is withdrawn by request of the applicant without prejudice. Thank you, members of the ZBA. Okay, moving on to the next matter that is before us. This is the application of Mark Drago, care of Lisa Mead, Tellerman and Costa, LLC. The application address is 3 Q Street. This is a continuation of an ongoing application last before us on April 26, 2022. It is a special permit for nonconformities to allow the modification to a previously approved special permit for nonconformities and allow the reconstruction of an accessory structure requiring relief from a new footprint and increased height within the Plum Island overlay district. Attorney Mead, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Lisa Mead, Tellerman Costa, 30 Green Street in Newburyport. And I believe Mark Drago, my client, is on. As the chair indicated, we're here for 2 reasons. One, to modify a prior issued special permit related to the structure, which we believe, the main structure, which we believe is a minor modification, and then a new special permit for nonconformities related to an accessory structure. So if you could go to the first page, please. So the property in question, 3Q Street, is located in the PIOD. And as I said before, we had originally received a special permit for nonconformities on May 26, 2020. My client did. During construction, some modifications were made to the structure, which we're going to talk about in a minute. But importantly, during construction of the existing garage on the site, or the reconstruction of it, which had been issued a building permit for reframing the garage walls and providing structural integrity, due to the integrity of the, or lack of integrity of the accessory structure, and Hurricane Henry in August 2021, the structure collapsed. So we're going to talk about that in a minute. So the special permit, as I said, for nonconformities was issued on the home in 2020. Next slide, please. So here's the site plan. The plan on the right is the conditions that were existing when the board approved the original plan. You can see the long rectangular shape that is the accessory structure. The plan on the left is a plan that was presented to the Conservation Commission, which also required a modification of their order of conditions. And the plan on the left is what we proposed, and it is to move the accessory structure outside of the floodplain. And I don't know if Andy or Caitlin are operating the screen. If you could show the line of the floodplain on that left-hand side. So before, the accessory structure was located within the floodplain at ground level, and the new structure is located outside of the flood zone, the VE14. If you could go to the next slide. Andy. This is actually the plan the Conservation Commission approved. The only difference here is you'll note that there's more green. They asked for the gravel area to be reduced somewhat. And so you see the more green on the site, but the Conservation Commission did issue an order of conditions, A, to allow the modifications to the house structure, and B, to allow the construction of the accessory structure outside of the VE flood zone. So next slide, please. So again, here's a GIS map before the garage collapsed, and you can see the garage sitting there, and then you can see the structure. Next slide, please. So the modification for the special permit, I would bring the board's attention to first. And I'm going to go over the elevations here as a list of all the changes that took place. I will note these changes are actually all really minor modifications to the architectural features onto 2 outdoor landings. So what I'm going to show you in a minute is on the south elevation, there are 2 arched windows, which were replaced by square double hung windows. The south door and 2 windows were replaced by a door and 2 side lights on the front elevation. And then on the south elevation, also the front deck and pergola were reduced from 72.5 square feet to 50 square feet. So that's a reduction of 22.5 square feet. On the east elevation, we'll show you there was a false gable and trim that were removed. And on the east elevation, 3 windows were removed. On the west elevation, the ground floor platform deck out of the northwest door in the rear was increased from 18 square feet to 26 square feet. So that was an increase of 8 square feet. So there's still a reduction of 14 square feet. The column was added to support the overhang of the upper deck on the west elevation, and a quarter-round window and false gable trim were eliminated on the west elevation. The upper deck entry was changed from a fixed panel door to an operating door on the west elevation. And the second floor set of windows were changed to a set of full height door panels on the north elevation. And finally, a window was added on the first floor in the north elevation. A deck railing and deck boards were added on the second floor that increased in size by 24 square feet in the north elevation. And a single and double door were combined to make a triple pane slider on the north elevation. And the upper windows were made longer. None of these changes increased the FAR. Next slide, please. So here's the south elevation that was approved. You can see that arched window and the round windows. Next slide, please. And what I've shown you here is the changes. So you can see the square windows were put in place. You got the side lights beside the doors, and then the triple window on the lower first floor. Next slide, please. On this east elevation, as I said before, what I want to call fake gable was eliminated, and the windows were changed. So if you go to the next slide, you can see that gables were moved, and we've removed some of the windows, and a new window was put in on this east elevation. Next slide, please. On this elevation, the west elevation, that's where the ground platform was made slightly larger. A column was added on the to support the overhang of the upper deck on the west elevation. The quarter round window and false gable trim were eliminated, and the upper deck side entry was changed. So if you can go to the next slide, you can see the changes that were made. Again, part of this was cost and availability of materials. Next slide, please. So here's the north elevation. Again, what we said on the north elevation was a window was added to the first floor. A deck railing and deck boards were added to the second floor. A single double door was combined to make a triple pane, and the upper windows were longer. Next slide, please. So you can see the changes now on this elevation. And if you could go on down to the photographs of the finished product. So this is the final product after the modifications were made. Next slide, please. And the next slide. And the next slide. So we believe, members of the board, that the modifications are minor. If you can go to that slide, please. They're aesthetic in nature. None of them affected the size of the structure or the impacts to the neighborhood or to Plum Island. They were made as a result of increased cost in construction and availability of materials. And we'd request that the board determine these modifications to be minor, and even if they aren't minor, to approve them as a modification to the special permit. Mr. Chair, did you want to vote on that, or do you want me to go on to the next part of the application?
Sorry, I didn't unmute. Why don't you just continue on to the next part of the application, Attorney Mead, and then we'll just we'll take it all in the same sweep.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
You bet.
So the next slide, please. The next request is a special permit for non-conformities to reconstruct the accessory structure. If you go to the next slide. So as a reminder, you can see the accessory structure on the left-hand side of the house there. It runs at an angle in the house, and it's right through the floodplain. Next slide, please. And here are photographs of the accessory structure that you can see prior to the house being reconstructed. Next slide. Again, it's a ground level view of it, and another one taken from the opposite angle during construction. Next slide. And here's the condition of the accessory structure. Next slide. And you can see that obviously it's got some problems, hence the building permit to shore it up. Next slide, please. And that's the rear of it, or the side that faces the water. Next slide. Obviously a hodgepodge of construction when it was originally built. Next slide. Perhaps these short boards are the reason it was so unstable. Next slide. Again, during reconstruction. Next slide. And this is how the accessory structure as part of reconstruction. And then next slide. And this is the condition, the material and the rotted wood that the contractor provided to me. Next slide, please. And you can see that obviously not only the condition of the sheathing, but the condition of the wood that held up the structure. Next slide, please. And the next slide. Again, the rotted wood, and the final slide related to that, and the rotted wood on the roof and the siding. So next slide, please. So I'm informed that during the renovation of the accessory structure, as I said earlier, that due to its poor condition and then the onslaught, if you will, of Henri, the accessory structure collapsed. This is to allow the reconstruction of that accessory structure outside the VE flood zone, because the current accessory structure is not compliant, obviously, with the FEMA VE flood zone. The new proposed location will be taken out of the VE 14 and will be constructed with conforming setbacks. The footprint of the new accessory structure will be smaller than the previous, and further, the new structure is proposed to be constructed meeting the FEMA construction requirements on pilings. Next slide, please. So again, this is the plan that was approved by the Conservation Commission. The structure will be fully outside the VE, fully compliant with the setbacks, and will be on pilings. The FAR on the site will drop from 40.50% to 39.66% because the accessory structure is smaller. It goes from 346 square feet to 324 square feet. Next slide, please. The lot coverage also goes down from 25.4% to 24.8%. So here's the footprint of the accessory structure. Next slide. And here are the elevations, the east elevation. Next slide. The north elevation. Next slide. The south elevation. Next slide. And the west elevation. And then you can go to the last GIS photograph. Again, here is the GIS location of the existing structure. So obviously the proposed structure is going to be moved back a little bit towards that rear lot line, but still a little more than compliant. It's a little over 8 feet away from the rear lot line where the requirement is 6. It's actually 8.7. And it will be also in compliance with the side yard setback. The height of the original structure was about 10 feet. The proposed structure is 15 feet, given the construction on the pilings. Next slide, please. So when the board considers a special permit for nonconformities, the first is whether or not the new structure or the revised structure creates any new nonconformity. And in this instance, it does not. The proposed new structure conforms entirely with the dimensional requirements. The new footprint and increased height requires a special permit from the PIOD, but there's no new nonconformity. And whether or not the proposed structure is substantially more detrimental to the PIOD or the neighborhood than the pre-existing nonconforming structure is also part of the test. Here, the total FA on the project is reduced from the 40.50% originally approved to the 39.66%. As a result of the new structure being smaller, the total lot coverage is reduced from 25.4 to 24.8%. The new structure is located entirely outside of the FEMA flood zone. The prior structure was partially in the FEMA flood zone. No new structure will be constructed on, the new structure will be constructed on pilings in accordance with the FEMA and Conservation Commission requirements. And as I said, the Conservation Commission has approved this proposal. The applicant will be removing the existing foundation prior to the prior structure, the wooden deck that sits on the property, and other concrete that had been buried in the sand. That's all up around the house. It's all going to be removed. And again, the new structure meets the required setback requirements. So we believe with that clearly by the improvements of all of those measurements and metrics, that the proposed reconstructed structure will not be substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood or the PIOD than the pre-existing non-conforming structure. And we'd request the board's approval of same.
Thank you, Attorney Mead. Is there anything further before we move on?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, we will close that portion of the public hearing and now open up the portion of the public hearing, which is the public comment section. I'll ask Ms. Caitlin Sullivan to put up that slide, which you see now before you on your screen. It is the instructions for public comment. Basically just puts in front of everyone what I've summarized previously. So just going in order of sequence of hands I've seen raised, I'll recognize Miss Emily Dunn. Ms. Dunn, if you want to just unmute your mic in the bottom of your screen, we will do the same on this end. Make sure your mic's unmuted and you have the floor.
I was just wondering if we would be able to see.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Dunn, if you could just give us your name and address for the record. Apologies.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name's Emily Dunn and my address is 169 Merrimack Street.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. And I was just wondering, I know that we're trying to make this as much an in-person meeting as possible. And I wasn't able to see Attorney Mead when speaking. I'm not sure. I'm not able to put my video on as well. I'm just trying to understand why we can't see people who are speaking.
Okay.
This is Andy, the planning director. I might be able to speak that if you'd like.
Oh, I can't see you either.
No, yeah, sorry. You might actually be seeing maybe it's possible you might be seeing an image of me. It has to do with the Zoom platform. Essentially, board members are able to show their video. It might be that the audience members who are not panelists may not be able to do that, but it's a long story, but it has to do with the Zoom configuration and options that we have available. Apologies if you're not able to see someone. Hopefully you can still see, I think the name of the person who is speaking at a given moment should be appearing on the screen with a few lag time maybe.
Yeah, it doesn't show. It just shows the name and then them speaking, but it would be nice to be able to actually see the person speaking. I work every day with like Beijing, Shanghai, Brazil, like people all over the world, and we use different platforms that are free and you're able to see people. And my dad's the chair of the zoning board in my hometown, and I mean, they're back to public meetings in person as they have last year and a half because there's no issues with the public safety right now. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to go into Market Basket or Shaw's without a mask. But I just wish we could see people speaking. I think that if we can't do that, I like move that we would move to an in-person meeting because it really takes away from the meeting.
I'd like to, I'll just give a quick comment on that, Ms. Dunn. I agree with you 100%. And in fact, to that point, we have endeavored to, as a board, long ago, actually, try to get ourselves back in public so that we can be in each other's company. I agree with you. It is an awkward thing to try to do this business in this manner. And honestly, in my opinion, this is just my personal opinion, obviously looking around at the rest of the world, seems long overdue. We are, I believe the city's just working on a technology solution, because we will no longer be able to be at the city council chambers where all of this technology is already in residence and in place. So we're working on putting ourselves just as soon as we can in person at the senior center. And I believe city council has to earmark, I believe, or maybe it's not city council, there has to just simply be a transfer of some funding to get that up and running. But we're all sort of working in lockstep to try to get that done as quickly as possible. I share your frustration and anticipation, if I might presume to suggest that, because I too want us to see each other and in each other's company. But with that said, we have the limitations we have this evening, so I'll offer an apology for what it's worth on behalf of it all. But I want to make sure you have an opportunity to voice any of your questions so that we can try to make sure that we give you the full floor, as it were.
So I'm just trying to make sure before, I know that there's a lot of other things on the agenda tonight, and I want to make sure that we're able to have a full in-person meeting where we can see each other, discuss that. I didn't realize we weren't going to be able to see the people that were speaking, because I mean, technically we really wouldn't even be able to know if it's them speaking. And I disagree with what you said, Rob, about specifically it takes away from it. I use this every day for business, to conduct business around the world, and we have a requirement to have videos on, whether I'm speaking with China at 10 o'clock at night or Israel at 6 a.m. I am able to conduct business very well over Zoom when people have their videos on, and you're able to really make a difference. So I do understand what you're saying, but there is a way to turn the videos on, and you guys have the ability to do that for this call. So I move that we're either able to do that, so we're able to know that it's actual people speaking and who the neighbors are. For all we know, it could be someone in Florida who doesn't live here in the community, and it's not really a community meeting. And we have many issues tonight that are specifically going to be addressing people's neighborhoods, specifically my front yard. So I do not think this should be done behind a glass door and people in regards to that. If people want to say something or things want to get passed, it needs to be done in front of the public where we're able to see what is going on.
I don't disagree with you, and just to advance sort of the respect of responding to that, we just simply don't possess the power to compel anyone to turn on their camera, other than applicants and applicants' representatives, notwithstanding any.
Of course, no, I understand that. I couldn't.
But I don't disagree with you in that sentiment. You will. I will, however, if I may, and forgive me, I'll prepare us all for some disappointment in that there is almost always going to be members of the public who will choose, for whatever reason, which are certainly their own,
Of course.
to put themselves on camera or not. We certainly don't bar anyone's comments. If they choose not to show their face, I intend to still hear their comments.
Of course.
And
It's not
I
that
don't think
wrong,
we're
but-
saying different things, but I just want to make sure that I sort of let you know this is until we get ourselves over to the senior center. This is the foible that I think is the byproduct of this process. But with that in mind, was there anything other than that, and certainly with respect to that, anything other than that you wish to pose as a question? And I want to give you full floor, but I also want to be able to make sure that we hear from others as well that may wish to speak.
In regards to this case, no, that's why I raised it immediately prior, like as soon as this one started. I didn't realize we weren't going to be able to see the people that were speaking and presenting. I understand not seeing other people and that you can't control that, but you can control if Lisa turns her camera on. I mean, I do think that people who are presenting should have to do it. I mean, I know that
I can certainly ask the question.
Walter and
um,
Ken live right next door to her, so I mean,
I-
I'm sure that they know, they could just knock on her door, and tell her.
I agree. I will do this in the spirit of just being open. Attorney Mead, are you inclined to turn your camera on?
Mr. Chair, I don't have the ability to turn my camera on. I've asked to be able to turn my camera on for a year and a half.
Yeah, could I just interject here? This is Andy.
Yeah.
We have had to, as staff, we have had the undesirable position of having to deal with the technological aspects of this since the beginning of the pandemic. And as the chair pointed out, having only partially, perfect equipment to deal with or settings to deal with. Just to be clear here, and I don't know Emily and others, and I know that the board probably doesn't necessarily want to spend time on this one particular question, given everything else that's on the agenda. But just to be clear here, I don't know what other setups folks are using, and I'm more than happy to talk to anybody here offline after the meeting tomorrow or otherwise about the details and mechanics and trying to solve these problems. We have been discussing with the administration and with prior administrations about during the pandemic getting some better equipment. To be clear here, though, if I'm not mistaken, I was just checking on this, the Zoom webinar setup that we have in order to prevent something that's called Zoom bombing. Some of you may be familiar with that or heard of that term.
Yes, I am.
The Zoom webinar setup allows the hosts apparently and the panelists to share a screen or to display their video. Does not apparently have a setting there for the general audience. So in order to accomplish that, that may require us to promote every person who's speaking to a panelist status. That has other factors that go with it. So just to be clear here, that may not be something that's appropriate or fair or possible for us to do at this time, given the technological tools we have available to us. Having said that, I agree with the chair on the efforts we're making to try to both get back in person and provide this remote access to folks with as much transparency as we can, again, with the limited tools we have available to us. If other boards are happen to be using a Zoom meeting setup, they may be able to do that, but they may not be addressing the Zoom bombing that we have in fact seen on other city boards, unfortunately.
Absolutely.
Andy, I'm going to, and allow me, Emily, if I might, I think, and I think it's only important to talk about this because it's a macro concern, and
Yes.
it dovetails into everything that we do and everything that follows this evening and every evening. I am inclined to want to solve the technology issue by removing the need for the technology to get us in person, toot sweet, so that, barring the technological impediment of a flat tire, you should be able to attend a zoning board of appeals hearing, whether it's in the city council chambers with, of course, the courtesy and scheduling of our elected members of the city council and their agenda in that space, or in the alternative, just as rapidly as we can muster it to get over to the senior center. I'm less inclined to want to explore additional technological solutions that doom us to further, social distancing with each other in this particular environment. I think that we've maybe talked about this certainly, I think sufficiently, and I'll just move things along. But I am trying, as the chair of this board, with only the limited power of my persuasion and begging. I will try to get us over to a public space, the senior center, most likely, just as quickly as possible, so that we can be hopefully in each other's company and rid of sort of these concerns. But for now, this is what we're going to deal with. So I'll certainly extend the apology in advance, but let's try to move along. And Ms. Dunn, before I go, I just want to make sure that, was there any other sort of material or additional question that you wanted to pose before I ask you to surrender the floor, and we'll move on to another question?
I'm all set at this time. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Dunn. Okay. Recognizing the next hand up, which is it's just Jacob. I don't see a last name. Jacob, if you are listening, if you can unmute your mic, we'll recognize you. If you can give your first and last name and your address for our keeper of the records, you have the floor, sir.
Yes, my name is Jacob Dumont. I live at 169 Merrimack Street. And I would also like to second Ms. Dunn, who is my neighbor, her motion. I do believe you did state that people who are presenting should be able to be seen, and Ms. Mead, who is presenting on cases, multiple cases on this docket, is unable to be seen. So I would like to make a motion to adjourn this meeting and continue it once it can be in person, so we can see everyone who is present. And I would assume there's probably something under the open meeting law in the state of Massachusetts that requires everyone to be seen.
Was there anything else you wanted to add? And I'm sorry, Jacob, your last name again, sir?
Dumont.
Mr. Dumont, anything else? And thank you for your comments. Anything else you wanted to add or anything related to the application as well before we take those comments?
No, I think we should just take after like our neighbors, like the state of New Hampshire, like being parallel with them, where like they required over a year and a half ago for meetings to come back in person. And I don't see why a city like Newburyport, who is a pretty big city and rich in value and history, that we can't have found space over the course of these last 2 years to have these meetings in person. I feel like it is unfair and unjust to people who live in town to not be able to go to meetings and see them actually take place.
A frustration surely shared, Mr. Dumont. Anything else, sir, before I ask you to surrender the floor? I want to make sure everybody has sort of ample time.
No, I would just ask that these meetings can become in person and everything be adjourned until these meetings can be held in person so we can actually see people and see their facial expressions, because I feel as though that really shows someone's true character if you can read their face better on what they're speaking about.
Yeah, I as just a human being in the world, I think, you know, we all share those common sentiments about the human contact and being connected. So I tell you this, though a deficient response for what it's worth, I'm doing everything within, you know, my limited power, and I know many others are doing the same in parallel to do exactly that. So hopefully without much additional delay, we will all find ourselves in each other's company, though certainly not a solution for this evening. Hopefully a solution right around the bend. But I thank you for your comments, Mr. Dumont, and unless there was anything else, I'll move on.
No, I think the only last comment I would have is I think you do have the power to be able to make these in person. And I think it's been kind of just pushed back. And I think we just need to make this a thing that happens as soon as possible for everyone in this city.
I appreciate your comments and endeavor to do exactly that. So thank you for that comment. Okay. Any other hands? Anyone else wish to be heard? Seeing no additional hands, I'm sorry. I see Jeremiah Murphy. Mr. Murphy, if you want to unmute your mic, you have the floor, sir. Mr. Murphy, it looks like your microphone is still muted, the bottom left of your screen. There you go. Looks like we have you unmuted now.
Okay, my name is Jeremiah Murphy. I'm one of the property owners of 163 Old Point Road. I reside at 81 Southern Boulevard on Plum Island. I would disagree with a couple of comments by Attorney Mead. The 15 feet, the height of the structure is not correct by her plans. That's the mid-roof line. It does not contain the 15 feet. Is the actual top elevation is much higher. You have the peak of the roof and a cupola that would be added onto the structure. So that 15 feet is not accurate. Also, the statement that the square footage of the structure is going to be smaller, maybe the footprint, but the actual size of this structure is probably twice the size in square footage of the original structure. And I would ask that the board consider all comments and decline this permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Anyone else wish to speak in connection with the application that is before us, 3 Q Street? Ms. Kim Richards. Ms. Richards, I see your hand and we'll recognize you. You have the floor.
Hi, good evening. This is Kim Richards. I am at 4 P Street. I am a direct abutter to the Drago property, and I have submitted a letter that reflects my opposition to this. And I just wanted to voice the fact that I agree with what Mr. Murphy actually just said, that this structure is far larger and far more obstructive and intrusive into the neighborhood than the other one actually could be. And I would question, number one, when that accessory structure was demolished. It did not fall down. I saw a piece of equipment out there actually demolishing it. And why potentially did it disintegrate? Because they've owned that property for 3 years and they took the shingles off the roof and the siding off the side. So of course it was going to rot, because all the time, my guess is that the intention was to build a larger accessory structure, which is no longer what used to be there, a shed / garage, and now it's an actual additional living space. So I directly oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Richards. Anyone else wish to speak in connection with the application? Seeing no additional hands, going to do a last call, going once, going twice. All right, I will close that portion of the public hearing and we will now go to questions from the board. We'll begin with questions from the board in order. Our Vice Chair, Mr. Mark Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Ciampetti. Attorney Mead, earlier after presenting the changes that were done to the main house, you had asked us to vote if we wanted to vote on just that or go through the whole thing. I just want to confirm that the special permit you're requesting covers both the changes and the rebuilding of the accessory structure, correct?
Right, Mr. Moore, yes. So we requested a modification to the special permit for the original structure and a new special permit for the accessory structure.
Okay, but it was all covered under the 22-4. It wasn't, we didn't have 2 votes to look at, did we?
Pull up the application.
I only see 22-4 and it covers both. So I just wanted to make sure that we're on the same page.
Yeah, that's correct, because we wanted
Okay.
to make sure we advertised it so there wasn't any doubt, although we think that the changes to the underlying, to the original structure are minor in nature.
Okay, thank you. And you mentioned that the height of the demolished structure was about 10 feet.
Right.
Is there not more detail that you could offer on that, or could we go back and look at one of the pictures, the original pictures, and just try to eyeball that? Because I just want to compare apples to apples and say, one, we know exactly, you know, mid-roof where it is and what it is, and this we're kind of guessing, just so we know the difference in height, and also granted that it has to be on pilings to conform with floodplain requirements, but
Right.
okay.
So Mr. Chair, I mean, Mr. Moore through the
Yep.
chair. So just as a reminder, of course, the way we measure height in Newburyport under the ordinance is mean height. So we have both of the heights listed on the drawings. The mean height is 15 feet on the new structure. And I have been given the number of approximately 10 feet on the old structure because it wasn't there for me to be able to have it measured. I got that from the builder and the person who's worked as the designer on the project. So that's what I can tell you. I didn't have an engineer measure it because it was gone.
Okay. And I also want to, Caitlin, can we go back to the floodplain diagram that I know Attorney Mead tried to pull up and it was difficult, but I wonder if we could do that just to get a good view of.
Right.
Because what I'm trying to do is and determine where the floodplain line was and were there options to where this was placed that would also put it in compliance. But
Yeah,
Thank you,
Caitlin,
Mr.
could you zoom in on the left visual? That might make it easier for the board. Yeah, thank you.
There we go.
great.
So you can see there's the VE 14 right there. So
Okay.
we're right tucked into it.
Yep.
And you can't put it forward any, otherwise you go into the floodplain to the front. You can't move it back any, we're right on the corner of it. And if you move it over, it goes into the driveway.
Okay. Like, I have no further questions at this time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moore. Moving on then to Mr. Delisle. Mr. Delisle?
You're muted. Sorry about that. I apologize. Here I am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney Mead, just drilling down on the roof height, just maybe to make it more accessible to everyone here. Do you know what the ridge height is on the proposed structure and the estimated ridge height of the former structure?
So, Mr. Delisle, I don't know the estimated ridge height of the former structure, but if Caitlin, if you could go down to the elevations, I believe the ridge height is on the proposed structure drawings. So 15 feet to the mean. Let's see if it's on one of the lower ones. There we go. Usually Caitlin requires us to put that on there and it's not on here. So I have the 15-foot, mean ridge height. Mean height. So Mr. Delisle, I can't tell you what the ridge height is.
Okay, that's fair enough. Okay, thank you. And I guess the only other question I would want to ask is, with regard to one of the comments that we heard earlier, subsequent to your presentation, the notion that this was demolished by equipment, would that have been in connection with the dismantling of the former structure after it collapsed? Do you have any more detail that you can share with respect to that?
I don't know how it was removed. I have asked the contractor and anybody that was around there from the city and whatnot. The city obviously didn't see it actually fall down, but I got very detailed description from the contractor about having to release his workers because the Henri came through and they did what they could to shore it up. I would add, relative to those comments, my clients owned this for 3 years or 3 years at that time. Certainly the rot that you saw and the methods of construction of the original structure did not happen over the last 3 years. That happened well before that. So,
Sure.
I can only tell you what I've been informed of and the pictures that we've seen after.
Sure. Okay. And then just very quickly, I think I heard during your presentation that based on all of the work that has gone on this property and is proposed to continue with respect to this accessory structure, that the FAR will go down based on the removal of some of the other items that you mentioned, decks, whatnot, and the prior garage.
That's correct. That's
Okay.
correct, because the actual habitable space is going down, which is of course the FAR calculation. So if there's no, like, the deck doesn't count for FAR because there's not, walls on it, but yes, it's correct. It goes down from 40.5 to 39.66%.
Okay, and then just finally, could you just provide the dimensions of the former structure and the proposed structure? I know that on, I think, slide 38, it kind of gets to what the dimensions of the proposed structure are, but I was just wondering if you had it in shorthand form.
I do. Well, I have the footprint because they're both different shapes, of course.
Yeah, sure. Mhm.
But the footprint of the original structure was 346 square feet, and the proposed footprint is 324 square feet. And if you look at those photographs, those overviews, you can see that the former structure was not a small structure by any stretch of the
No,
imagination.
it's
Yeah,
rather long. Yeah, sure.
right.
And then again, for the calculation of the square footage of the new structure, that the deck on the left-hand side that we're looking at, that would not be included in that. Would it?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Delisle. Mr. Swanton.
Yes, Caitlin, could you put up the zoning matrix, please? So, yeah, except that the zoning matrix that was, this looks at the overall building, not what we're really talking about with the accessory structure. I know, I guess it's there on the second line. Maximum height of the accessory structure, required 15 feet, proposed 15 feet, existing, it says NA, and I'm confused because I heard during the presentation, they said the garage was 10. So is it 10 or is it not available? What is it?
So Mr. Swanton, the engineer, as I said before, was not able to measure the garage because it was down when the engineer was hired. So the measurement from the builder and the designer who worked on this before provided me the measurement of 10 feet. And he did a whole calculation on it. He did the average grade, the ceiling height inside, and the roof projection. So he gave me the number at 10 feet. That's what I have. I wasn't here when the garage structure was there. I didn't measure it. We didn't have anybody who had an engineering measurement of it. But you can see the garage door, right? So that'll give you an idea.
Yeah,
no,
I understand.
Yes.
From the picture, you can kind of tell that it's grown from 10 to 15.
Oh, well, it's certainly, it's up on pilings.
The other piece of this is, in addition to the accessory structure, you're asking for, partway through your presentation, you said, well, should we stop now and get approval for the changes that have already been made to the windows and other things? Those changes, I went by the building today. The building seems like it's built and all done. So are these after the fact changes where you're asking for something that's already been done?
Mr. Swanton, absolutely. I showed you photographs of that. And that is correct. That during construction, the builder made those changes without verifying with the plans. So yes, we're here asking you to approve the modifications that were made to the approved structure, which we went through, that shows, I believe, that they're all aesthetic changes, and they certainly don't go to the living space or the FAR in the structure. And the Conservation Commission had to review it as well because it goes to the value of the structure, and it went to whether or not it triggered one of their higher criteria.
I mean, you make this sound so normal. Isn't it another path to when you're building something and you find it doesn't fit the plans that you've had approved with the city, to come back to the city and say, we'd like to make some changes, rather than coming in and simply saying, well, we had to build another way, please give us approval for an after the fact change? Or is this, I'm confused.
Well, Mr. Swanton, I'm not, this isn't another way to build. This is somebody who did something they weren't supposed to do, but still needs to get approval for it. So I don't know, we have to come back and get approval for it because it was done and it doesn't match the plans. So the applicant has been in front of, for that reason, the applicant has been in front of the Conservation Commission for the changes, and we're here for the changes. So I'm not presenting it in any other way. I showed you photographs of the changes.
Okay. Right. I'm glad to hear you say, though, that another way to have done it would have been to get approval before.
Well, for sure.
This particular page here does not show the FAR, whereas the zoning matrix that was part of the formal filing did show the FAR, unless I'm missing it here. Is it somewhere on the page? I don't see it.
No, it's not. It's not on this page, I don't believe.
Kaylee, could you put up the FAR, please? I'm sorry, the one that is the zoning matrix that shows the FAR. I know it's not part of the slides that were presented here, but it's part of the formal filing.
Right, I don't have that at this moment, Mr. Swanton.
Okay. Well, I'm just trying to recall offhand. I think it indicated that the required FAR for this area was 0.15. And Attorney Mead, if I'm remembering incorrectly, let me know. And the existing and the proposed are somewhere up around 0.4. I mean, I don't know.
So
maybe you have the data. I don't have it right in front of me.
Sure, the required FAR for all of the island is 0.25. And this FAR as approved was 40.5% or 40.5%. And it is now 39.66%.
So if you,
It is reduced from what was approved.
right, no, I thought, I was looking for 0.25 as the required for the PIOD, and which was just surprised me because I thought I saw something different on the application, but like I said, it's not in front of me. I can pull it up when I go to some other questioner here. But I guess my question is, if you're hovering up around the 0.40 level, way above the say 0.25, you're much more dense. You have neighbors that are complaining about the density and the raising height. We have several letters in the record here with people having concerns about this building growing in height. You're way over the 0.25 FAR. Why would you increase the building in height given that you're already over?
So the FAR and the height are two different things. So the height, the building is taller because it has to be on pilings. The building is smaller in footprint. So the FAR, which goes to essentially occupiable space, is approved at 40.5%, but goes down to 39.66%. The applicant has a pre-existing non-conforming condition and is permitted to continue that condition. Obviously, if it's modified, it has to come before this board. So the FAR is actually reduced from what was approved. The height is driven by the fact that it's on pilings and has to be taken up out of the floodplain.
Okay, I appreciate your answer. I'll go back and look up the formal filing that you had, and I'll relinquish my time in the meantime to the next questioner. Thank you.
Okay, was that, Mr. Swanton, was there anything further?
No, I do want to pull up the table that was, every applicant has to submit showing the
Matrix.
zoning matrix, because I recall it a little differently, but maybe I'm mistaken. So I'll pull that up while others are asking questions. So I relinquish my time at the moment. Thank you.
Very, very good. Thank you, Mr. Swanton. Mr. Shannon.
I just had one quick question, Attorney Mead. I know the building height seems to be an issue. Appreciate the fact that the footprint of the building has shrunk. Is the cupola something that's negotiable with the client? Do you know that that's a good size bump up? Whereas if you just look at the mean roof height of 15 feet without the cupola, it does knock down the size a little bit. I just thought I'd ask in case that's something the neighbors might appreciate.
Mr. Chan, if I can get back to you on that, as you know, we're remote here, so I'm going to have to reach out to my client, but let me put forward the question.
Okay, I mean, for me, it's not a go, no go on the presentation, but since roof height is an issue, it might be something that it might be a simplistic way of getting a shorter roof, at least in the eyes of some of the neighbors. So that was my only other question. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Shannon and Mr. Bennick.
Yeah, I take everything that has been said, but what hasn't been said, in which I believe this zoning board is entitled to hear, is why and how did this kind of as-built conduct take place in the face of approved plans? And I would like to hear the applicant, not you, Attorney Mead, but Mr. Draco, tell me how this happened.
I don't know, Mr. Bennick, if Mr. Drago is available while he's.
Well, you said he was on the line.
Well, I might,
early
so,
on.
well, hold on. I don't know if he's been promoted to be able to speak is my question. And I can't see who's in attendance, Mr. Bennick. I can see,
Let me check quickly.
Yeah, is he perhaps here as Cheryl McGuire Drago? Is that perhaps?
Yeah, I see only Cheryl McGuire Drago. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Port, you already said that. My apologies.
So I'm texting him, Mr. Bennett, to see, okay? But I will tell you in the meantime, what I know. And I, of
Well, I'd
course,
rather hear it from Mr. Drago, please. I'm not asking you this question.
okay, so Mr. Drago actually is not on, he says to me. And I don't know if he has the ability to get on.
Okay. I will accept his inability and perhaps unwillingness to talk, and it's for what it's worth.
Sir, can you hear me?
Who's speaking right now?
This is Cheryl Drago.
Mrs. Drago.
I just wanted to speak to behalf of the gentleman that said on behalf of Mark Drago. He's going to be,
of course.
He's trying to get on the call. It's not that he's reluctant to speak with you. He's actually really looking forward to it. He really wanted to make sure that the council was speaking on his behalf. So it's not that he's reluctant in speaking with you, sir.
Excellent. I would love to hear from him.
So
I'm trying to.
Go ahead, Cheryl.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to overspeak you.
No, go ahead. He's not able to be on right now. Like, I don't know if he's driving or he can't connect.
He's
but-
driving. That's
Yeah.
it, exactly.
Thank
He's
you.
driving. So it's
So-
not that he's unwilling to speak with you. I just want to make sure that that's crystal clear. I think the
Gotcha.
present,
If
the way it
I-
was
if
presented,
I
it
might,
sounds like he's not interested.
If I might interrupt, certainly respectfully for a moment, and thank you, Ms. Drago and Attorney Mead. Mr. Bennett, while perhaps we give a few moments or a beat or two for Mr. Drago to try to log in, is there any appetite to pose your question or part of your question to Attorney Mead in the meantime, or do you wish to just simply wait
I've
till
got a couple
Mr.
questions, I
Drago?
guess.
Well, thank you. We'll move on, and then as soon as we can, if Mr. Drago logs on, we will give you back the floor, of course.
Okay, I'm just trying to get the timing here. So this application was, the application for the residential structure was approved in May of 2020. So then I'm trying to look at the plans to see there were updated plans. And as I see them, they were updated. Well, why don't you tell me? Because in some places I can't see a date, some places there are dates. So when were these new plans created?
So, so these new plans, as you can see, the date on them are January of 2022. So in last fall, 21 is when the construction was taking place relative to the garage, but the house had been done pretty much by then. And so given the need to have an enforcement order because of the garage being collapsed and the changes to the house, the applicant has been spending a significant amount of time with the Conservation Commission. And before filing here, we wanted to make sure the Conservation Commission was good with the changes and repairs, so to speak, of what was taking place in and around the structure. So until we got pretty close to an approval of the Conservation Commission, we didn't come back to this board. But the house had been done prior to August of 21, which is when the garage collapsed.
All right, so I just want to understand the timing. So
Yes.
an initial approval in May of 2020. Construction began in,
I didn't know, Mr. Bennett, I wasn't involved at the time. I know that it was done by August, for the house, I know it was done by August of 21.
August of 21. Okay. Well, were these plans then created after the construction?
Well, we gave you two sets of plans. One was the comparison. So the original plans, Caitlin, just for an example, could you go to slide 7?
So these
So
were
that-
as-built plans?
No, that's the proposed plan right there as approved. And then the next slide down is what was built. That's an as-built plan.
And that as-built plan is dated what again?
he doesn't have a date on it, but it was created for the purposes of this meeting. Well,
I
the
see.
application, so that you could see what the changes were.
I see.
I requested it to be done.
I see. So I'm just trying to understand how these changes, were they just made in the field based
Yeah, my
upon chit chat
understanding,
over the, with the developer and the contractor and the owner?
Mr. Bennett, I don't know the answer to that. I don't know how they were made. I don't know what order they were made in. I don't know the answer to that.
Well, I'm not going to beat a dead horse, but I will just say that falling on one sword at this point is, doesn't strike, it doesn't ring. It just doesn't get me where I'd like to be. And I'm not voting, so I'm not going to ask any further questions. But I think from my tenor of my questions, I think understand how I feel about this type of procedure.
Mr. Shannon, I think that my client would be willing, if it made the board more comfortable, to remove the cupola from the garage.
All right, thank you for that info. We'll take that into account. Appreciate it.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Bennett, you still have the floor, sir. Was there anything further you wanted to pose to Attorney Mead or Mrs. Drago, or I don't see Mr. Drago online, but anything further while you have the floor?
Nothing more for me.
All right, thank you, sir. I don't have any. I believe the questions that I had have already been addressed, and certainly I would be very interested to hear the sort of the timeline and the narrative, but I stand evenly footed with Mr. Bennett, and so we'll just move with what we have.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, I do have one further question that I neglected to ask before.
Very good. Go ahead, Mr. Moore.
Attorney Mead, the difference in the type of accessory structure being built is striking. One was clearly a garage that could be used for storage, et cetera, whatever you wanted to, but it was designed as a large garage, where this new accessory building looks to be an outdoor, a extended room of the house. So it's very different in design and structure, and looks like purpose. So I just would ask if you could to describe a little bit of the applicant's intended use for this accessory structure.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. The use is going to be storage and an office space, really. I mean, that's what it is, because there's not enough. So it's storage in an office space. That's it. So I noted in the comments from the staff that you want to make sure that there's no, I can't remember what they were, but they were limitations that are fine, because the purpose is, just like there are many accessory garages now in the city of Newburyport that have office space in them. This is not an unusual thing. And that's exactly what this is. So it's an office space and storage.
Okay, and you don't have to mention the cupola now. You already answered that, so never mind. That takes care of my question. Thank you.
All right. Any other member of the ZBA wish to pose any follow-up question before we close this portion of the public hearing?
Yeah, this is Ken Swanton. I just want to indicate, I went off and found the zoning matrix. For some reason, it says the required dimension is 0.15. That struck me as odd. I thought it was 0.25, and the PIOD Attorney Mead said it was 0.25. I just think in the future, please make sure your filings reflect the 0.25. I don't know where this 0.15 came from. But a lot of this is about the density, and I think my colleague, Mr. Moore, asked a question I was going to around the use of this accessory structure, but he already asked that. But anyway, it says 0.15 on the zoning matrix. It's unfortunate we couldn't bring it up in the meeting. We should be able to bring up all of the required documents, not just what the attorney has put in her presentation. But I would just ask in the future, at this 0.15, we put the right numbers in the required documents.
Mr. Swanton, I'm going to apologize to you. That matrix is filled out online. Obviously, there was a mistake made in the required filings. I don't think it's any question that Plum Island has a 0.25 FAR.
I thought so. Anyway, so I have no questions. I just want to point that out. Thank you.
May I, just one follow-up, Chair?
Sure, of course, Mr. Bennett.
I just want to confirm, I take it there's not a bathroom in this accessory structure?
That is correct. No bathroom.
Any other, Mr. Bennett, any other questions?
No.
All right. Any other member of the ZBA wish to be heard before we close that portion of the public hearing? Seeing none, I will then go ahead and close the questions from the board section of our public hearing. We will go into deliberations. Because we have before us this evening a special permit for non-conformities that has two parts. We will, I'll just ask members of the ZBA to kindly govern your deliberations around the criteria for both the matters that are before us. And if you have any questions, certainly we also have the staff report that is up on the website as well for any member of the public that wishes to see the communications and other details that are being provided to board members. So now that we're open in deliberations, we'll begin. Mr. Moore, why don't you kick things off?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just trying to get my arms around how to best say this, and I think it'll have to come from the collective. Like many of my colleagues, of course, the concern is to come after the fact with over a dozen changes that, maybe on the surface in hindsight, would have been considered minor, but the process was certainly either ignored or wasn't known. And I guess, ignorance is not an excuse of what is required when you make changes to something like that. So that doesn't sit well with me. But admittedly, looking at the plans, would that have changed things had it gone in front of us as a request for minor mods and being, explaining that windows weren't available because of the situation, the supply chain situations, et cetera, would have made perfect sense, and it would have been better in a perfect world to have that information up front. With respect to the accessory building or accessory structure, I think that's been covered well. The height had to be done to get it out of the floodplain. I don't think the original height is that unreasonable. I'm glad my colleague Mr. Chagnon asked about the cupola, because that was my question as well. I don't believe it serves any engineering purpose other than it's more of an aesthetic, and I'm happy to hear that the applicant would be willing to forego that if it would help with support. So reluctantly, I can agree that the changes are minor. I don't like the process at all. And while I'm sympathetic to the fact that the rebuild of the accessory structure is certainly higher, 2 to 3 feet of that height is due to flood zone requirements, and I'm hoping that the removal of the cupola can get some relief for some abutters, because otherwise it's compliant with all the setbacks. So given that there's no new non-conformities here, and the new accessory structure is floodplain compliant and height compliant, and the owner is willing to knock the impression of the height down, maybe not the zoning ordinance legal required height, but the impression of the height down with the cupola removal, I can support this.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moore. We'll go on to Mr. Delisle, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I find myself in a very similar position as Mr. Moore, while not approving of the means by which the modifications were made first and requested later with respect to the main residence. I also reluctantly acknowledge that they are minor in their scope, more aesthetic than anything, although I do note that it really does change the look of the structure almost completely. It goes from one style to another, I think, based on these changes, but that's not really our purview, I don't think. With respect to the accessory structure, my greatest concern was the height, and also the the overall size, and it seems like what we've heard here and what has been entered into the record show that we're getting a little bit smaller. And while we're going up in height, it is due to the regulations with respect to the floodplain. So like Mr. Moore, I come out in support of this project. I see no new non-conformity here, and I don't see the proposal as being substantially more detrimental than the existing garage to the PIOD or the neighborhood.
All right, thank you, Mr. Delisle. Moving on to Mr. Swanton.
Yeah, I mean, normally, when I look at things on Plum Island, I'm thinking about the PIOD in general. I'm thinking a lot about the density. And to the extent we allow more density than the 0.25 density level that's been put in place by the city council, I am nervous, but this obviously was one that already was more dense thanks to its garage. I was originally very concerned about the additional height, but as has been pointed out, quite a bit of that's due to the need to elevate it. And I think Mr. Chagnon has made a good suggestion around decapitating the cupola. So, you know, even though I'm not excited about approving something at a 0.40 neighborhood on an FAR on Plum Island, it already was that. The building came down in the process. And so I can get behind this, although I should add that, like Mr. Moore and others, and I said it as well, this is not a great process of how we deal with changes that are made underway. So my comments are really about this accessory building. The other things I assume are already kind of done. So while not happy about that, I can support this proposal. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Swanton. Mr. Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to agree with my colleagues. I think had the modifications of the main house come before our board, we would have considered them minor. You know, albeit that didn't happen in the correct manner. I think we would have found them minor, and therefore, in keeping with that, I have to agree with my colleagues that they are minor. As far as the accessory structure, I think if you look at this drawing right here, it's somewhere between 3 and 3.5 feet above grade because of the stilts that it sits on, pilings. So even if they replaced that garage, it would have had a 13-foot mean height roof line anyways, 13.5 maybe. So it's only 2 feet taller at best. Again, with the cupola removed, as Mr. Moore said, it will give us the sense of a smaller structure. So I think if the applicant would remove the cupola, I would find that the building height is acceptable, and I would support this permit, this special permit as permitted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shannon. Mr. Bennett.
Well, I won't repeat what my colleagues have said. I would, number one, say that the changes to the residence itself are indeed minor, and I'm pretty confident we would have approved them rather perfunctorily had they been submitted to us. As to the accessory structure, I have a much different feeling. I feel this was a knowing skirting of this board, and that troubles me. I think as I look at it, it meets the criteria for approval. However, our approval along these lines, in my view, undermines our credibility with others who follow the regulations, all those others who are on the board here. And Mr. Chair, I'm just wondering if we have some authority here to impose some sort of sanction or requirement. For example, you know, the applicant has to make a contribution to the environmental charity of its choice in some amount. I mean, it just, I think it shows us as a paper tiger if we can't impose something like that. And even if we can't, I would encourage the board to consider doing it. And if we can't, let them take an appeal. I feel very strongly about this, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Allow me to, I'll voice my thoughts on this. And I'll start with addressing Mr. Bennett's latest question. I feel as though we do not, I fear we do not have that authority to impose punitive sanctions. It's not within our, we don't have police powers as a board of appellate relief and an administrative board at that. Also, it would run the risk of smacking of an impact fee. But that notwithstanding, your sentiment is resonates with me as well, Mr. Bennett. And seeing as though there's already 4 members of the ZBA who have indicated their support of this, setting aside the mathematical certainty of that, allow me to just voice my thoughts here, though it may be in the minority. I would certainly insist, if I were to support this, though it doesn't seem to be a swing vote of any kind, I would also echo the need that cupola be removed as a reduction. And I ask Attorney Mead, would the applicant also be amenable to a condition limiting the use of this structure so as to assure this board, at least post facto, at the after the fact here, that this structure, once constructed, or I should say reconstructed without the cupola, hopefully, can never be used as a separate accessory residential structure, which could very easily evolve into a short-term rental unit or otherwise some structure. I understand, and feel free to just speak freely as you may know or may not. Is it the applicant's intent to use this as an office, not as a separate residence? And if so, would the applicant be amenable to the imposition of that restriction, as well as the removal of the cupola?
Yeah, so obviously, yes, on the cupola, that's you can make that a condition. And also, we had to be careful about definitions because accessory structures to single family residences are considered residential uses. But no, this is not going to have a bathroom in it, right? So it meets the definition. No, it's not going to have somebody like living in there. Yes, it's going to be used as an office and as storage. So I don't want to, I'm not mixing words here, but no, it's not going to be used as a short-term rental. No, somebody's not going to, sleep and shower in it. It's not going to have plumbing.
So I think what we're saying the same thing, but I think you're right. It's a legal definition, residential use versus dwelling unit.
It's not a dwelling unit. That would be correct.
So then why don't we, so that we'll just use the same language without inadvertently saying an unintended thing. My intent is, or my request is that a restriction be placed whereby it's not to be used as a dwelling unit, notwithstanding the fact that it is a residential use by definition.
Correct.
Okay, if that's something that's agreeable, with that concession, that would be the only means by which I could find myself supporting it, though numerically it may not be here nor there, but
that's the absolute intent, Mr. Chair. So so long as it's clear that it can be used, for an office and storage as presented, residential use, but not a quote dwelling unit such that it would have,
I agree. It's residential use is a creature of statute. There's no way it can't be that, right? But a dwelling unit, we're at the crossroads right now to ensure that it is or it isn't.
Correct.
So with that, I think if we're on the same page there, then I can proceed as well. And thank you for that. Okay. Any other deliberations by any member of the ZBA before we move on? Seeing no takers, I will close that portion of the public hearing, and we will now go into a vote. And I'll ask a member of the ZBA to begin with a motion to approve. And if that moving member is so inclined, kindly also structure any conditions that you wish to follow along with the motion to approve.
Mr. Chair, this is Mr. Moore. I'll make a motion to approve 3Q Street, ZNC 22-4 with the conditions that the cupola is removed and the special condition that the accessory structure shall not be considered a separate dwelling unit nor used as a so-called short-term rental unit.
Okay, do we have a second?
Mr. Shagnon, I'll second it.
Thank you, Mr. Chagnon. Motion's made by Mr. Moore and seconded by Mr. Chagnon. Motion to approve with the conditions. I'll call the vote and then we'll just clarify the conditions as we proceed. Calling the vote, Mr. Moore,
Yes.
Mr. Delisle,
Yes.
Mr. Swanton,
Yes,
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
and Rob Champetti, I vote yes. That's 5 in the affirmative. The ayes have it. And the motion carries with the condition that this accessory structure will not contain the cupola. The cupola will be removed and the structure will not be considered a separate dwelling unit, nor shall it be used as a short-term rental. Is that a fair repeat of the motion, Mr. Moore? Very good. All right. Thank you very much, Attorney Mead. Thank you, and members of the public who lent your voice. Thank you, and thank you, members of the ZBA. Moving on to the next application, we have, this is the application of Waldot Realty LLC, care of Lisa Mead, Tellerman and Costa LLC. The application address is 200-208 Merrimack Street. It's a continuation from an initial hearing date of April 26, 2022. It's a two-part application. The first is a special permit for nonconformities. The applicant seeks all necessary permits and permissions to remove a portion of the latter added one-story rear addition and construct a new one-story structure in its place. And second is a variance application. The applicant seeks all necessary permits and approvals to modify a 2011 variance that added by adding additional fast food use at the rear of the structure. Attorney Mead will be presenting on behalf of Waldot Realty LLC. Attorney Mead, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. For the record, Lisa Mead, Tellerman and Costa, 30 Green Street in Newburyport. With me this evening are the principals of Waldot Realty, Steve and Wayne Capalupo, Eric Boderman, who is the engineer of record at Millennium Engineering, Brad Neerdoff, who is the architect from GNAP Architects, and Ken Cram of Bayside Engineering, who is the traffic engineer. Next slide, please. So this project is the what is commonly known as the Leary's and Otto's Pizza Building. If you all can understand where that is, where I'm sure you do, at the bottom of Kent Street. It's in the WMD and DCOD districts. It includes mixed use. Specifically, the building includes 3 residential units, a retail liquor store, and a fast food carry-out food establishment, which of course is Otto's, and which was permitted, as the chair indicated, by a variance in 2011. The property also includes boat storage. In 1971, the one-story rear addition was constructed. A single structure is noted as being a quote store shop, and the original was built around 1790. However, that appears to have been demolished in the 1970s to make way for this new one-story addition that exists on the back today. The property was granted a mixed-use special permit in 1995 to allow the 3 residential units on the upper floors of the structure. As I mentioned earlier, in 2011, a variance was permitted to allow fast food carryout, which is currently known as Otto's Pizza. I would note that the variance decision itself has no restrictions or special conditions. The property includes 56,913 square feet, or approximately 1 1/3 acres, with 250 feet of frontage on Merrimack Street, and includes a 0 front yard setback on the historic structure. The property is non-conforming for that front yard setback, which is 0 where 25 feet is required, and the height, which is 40 where 35 feet is required. The property currently has 71 parking spaces on it. The property otherwise complies with all the dimensional requirements, and the existing dimensional non-conformities will not be impacted by the proposed addition. Next slide, please. So the proposal is to remove the later added one-story addition on the rear place, and in its place, add a walk-in cooler and freezer units in the front of it, and cover a portion of the wall for a portion of the demolition. There will be 16.1% demolition on the external walls, so the demolition control overlay district special permit threshold is not triggered. Specifically, the petitioner is removing 852.6 square feet of the existing single-story rear addition, not the whole story, it's only a portion of it, and rebuilding that portion and an additional 800.4 square feet of the single story, which will result in the increased square footage overall of 800.4 square feet. It should be noticed, as I also noted, that the walk-in cooler and freezer units that are being placed on a cement pad alongside the building, we have included those in our demo calculations because they'll be up against the wall, although not connected to the wall, so it will be covering it up. And they will have flashing so as to prevent weather from going in between the units as well as the building. The proposed coffee shop and takeout coffee shop will be located at the rear of the structure with access on the east side of the structure. And I'll go over this in a minute on the site plan. No new parking spaces will be required to be provided because the site currently has sufficient parking for all of the existing uses as well as the proposed new takeout, fast food takeout. The residential portion of the property requires 6 parking spaces for the 3 units. The retail trade requires 43 spaces. The existing fast food requires 3 spaces, and the proposed fast food requires 19 spaces. I might add that there are 4 small, like round top chairs in the proposed fast food takeout space. The additional seats would be seasonal on a patio in the back. In total, to service the entire structure, there are 71 spaces required, and there are 71 spaces on site. As I noted, we're not building any additional parking spaces, and the rest of the project conforms to all of the dimensional requirements, except for those existing non-conformities. Next slide, please. So we require special permit for non-conformities because we are modifying the existing non-conforming structure. But I would remind the board that all of the changes are to the rear of the structure. So the next slide, please. So the first requirement of the special permit for non-conformities is whether or not any new non-conformities are being created. And here, no new non-conformities are being created, as the proposal is the construction to the rear of the structure in a 1-story building and not any higher than that. And with that, I'm just going to turn it over to Eric Boderman to review the site plan.
Good evening. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
I'm Eric Boderman with Millennium Engineering, as Lisa had said. So I'd just like to walk you through, Lisa, can we get to the site plan, the next sheet, I believe? There we go. Well, I'll walk you through what the modifications are to the site plan. I think the most important thing to note is that, as Lisa said, that the site already has 71 parking spaces. All this plan does is organize them, it stripes them. You can see we have some green areas where we're putting some landscaping in to break up the massive pavement. A couple of other things that we're doing is on the northeast corner, you can see a gray area next to the landscaping area. That is a walkway to Cashman Park that was requested by the city. Mr. Capilupo has agreed to do that to help pedestrian access to the park. And along with that, in front of the parking spots on the east side of the building, we have we're going to paint a 5-foot wide pedestrian walkway. So people coming across Merrimack Street can walk to the rear and actually out to Cashman Park without having to walk through the parking lot, which we think is a considerable safety improvement to what is there now. And I guess that's really the crux of the site plan for what we're proposing changes. So Lisa, I'll give it back to you.
Okay, so I'll just add on to that a couple of bit. As most of you know, as Eric pointed out, currently the site doesn't have really any vegetation on it, and it's a sea of pavement. So obviously we're adding the planting areas, but in addition, it's basically open in the front. And Ken Cram, our traffic engineer, is going to talk about this a little bit. What the site revisions do is control the entry and exit to the site, which isn't currently controlled, and formalizes these parking spaces. But importantly, right in front of where the entrance to the Leary's liquor store is, there's a lot of different things that happen there today. As you can see, we formalized the handicap spaces there. We've added a planter along the strip between Merrimack Street and those spaces to prevent people from driving through there, which is something that currently happens today. So with that, I want to turn it over to Brad to talk a little bit about the changes to the architecture that's going to happen.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. Yeah, I'm Brad Niederhoff, Senior Project Manager with DNAP Architects of Danvers, Massachusetts. If you can go to the next slide, please. This page shows the site plan as an aerial view on the left, and then a rendering of what the addition would look like from the north. And one thing you'll notice is that when we're replacing the existing structure, we're not changing the shape of it very much. The roof is a little bit steeper to match the roof pitch 612 of the existing historic structure. And so the attempt here is to make a compatible new structure with the historical structure. Next slide. These show the calculations of the wall surfaces of the existing building. Next slide. This is the demolition plan showing that we're keeping the part of the existing one-story building that abuts the tall bricks historical building, taking about half of it away, and then adding about 800 square feet to the right, which shows the configuration of the coffee shop itself. We're also showing here the elevations of the new and the existing and how it connects to the existing historical structure, and then sections through the building, both long section and short section. Next slide. And the last slide here shows the three-dimensional views of what we're proposing. So the top view is from the northwest, and this is where the service and the coolers will be located, which will have a drop-off through that parking lot. And then there's a fence along the left side there, and separating that from the outdoor seating area and the entrance to the coffee shop. Then the drawing on the bottom part of the page is from the other view. This is really what the people experience from the parking lot that serves that part of the cafe. The next slide, I think, makes the point that what's there now is in very poor condition. It's basically falling apart, falling down. So something has to be done, and we feel that we're adding an amenity and a new component to the project that will be much better for the neighborhood and for the overall site.
Thank you, Brad. So with that, we would go to the second criteria after you can see that no new non-conformity is being created. And that is whether or not the proposed modification to the existing non-conforming structure is substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood than the existing non-conforming structure. And of course, as the board knows, substantially means to a great or significant extent. As can be seen from the proposed elevations and floor plan, proposed renovations to the rear of the structure are first and foremost compliant with all dimensional requirements. Next, and importantly, the rear of the structure, which currently appears as a forgotten appendage, will be improved and activated at the rear of the site, which is open to Cashman Park. The style of the addition and renovation will be a warehouse look, but improved of the existing and historic use, but will provide some welcoming windows and openings that don't currently exist. The facade will be painted concrete block like the existing, but the end facing Cashman Park will be finished in shingles. The rear wall will face the park. It will enliven the back of the property and offer a welcoming facade for those who are using the park. I think, as you can see from that photograph, the proposed addition is a vast improvement over the existing conditions. The gable end, as Brad pointed out, is the same form and pitch as the multi-story structure, and so it's architecturally consistent with the existing structure. And the proposed addition will have no detrimental impact on the abutters to the east, which is an oil company, and will be separated from the abutters to the west, which is currently parking lot and boat storage. And even now you can see the fence. The westerly facade of the renovations in addition will be cleaned up and appear more organized than the existing conditions. I think that the activation of the rear of this is what really brought on, but Andy can speak to this, the comments from the planning staff when we first submitted this application. There was a comment that they wanted to see if we could make a connection to Cashman Park. And if you could go to slide 13 for a minute, wanted to know if we could make a connection to Cashman Park, given the current activity, and then of course the proposed activity of people coming into this parking lot and wanting to access the park. So the applicant agreed to make that connection. So that's a ramp into the park with a landing. But in addition, they wanted to know if a connection could be made to the existing sidewalk in Cashman Park. And so if you could go to the next slide, please, Caitlin. So my client and his experts met on site with the Parks Commission, the Parks Director and a member of the Parks Commission, as well as planning staff, to look and see if that connection could be made. If you look at the sidewalk that comes from Merrimack Street that runs north-south in Cashman Park, the question is, could you make a connection from this proposed area over to that? And so the Parks Director got some quotes on the cost to do a sidewalk from what we're proposing to be as the landing. If you could go back up to slide 13, Caitlin. So you can see we're proposing a landing right there at the edge of Cashman Park from the site. And there would be a sidewalk connection from that area over to the sidewalk that currently exists in Cashman Park. So the applicant agreed to make a donation to the Parks Commission of $17,500, which was in the ballpark of the proposed bids that came in. And last week, the Parks Commission, contingent, of course, on any approvals of this board, agreed that they would allow the construction of the landing in the park, which you can see on this plan, and B, welcome the donation to allow the construction of a sidewalk connecting the main sidewalk in Cashman Park that runs opposite the park lunch into the park. So we believe that is certainly a benefit to the community and certainly not more detrimental to the neighborhood than the existing structure. And so we would hope that the board can find that the proposed renovations in addition to the existing structure are not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood than the existing structure is. I would note that when Eric commented relative to the sidewalk or the pathway from Merrimack Street to the back of the site, as well as the implementation of the planter there, those were recommendations that came in from the ward councilor. And with that, what I'm going to do is move on to the variance criteria. Mr. Chair, or would you like me to pause on the special permit?
Attorney Mead, actually, before you go on, and I do want you to continue with right into the variance, but I think it's worth a clarification. You made reference to the connection point with the sidewalk and the efforts through the Parks Commission. Is there just so that anyone following along can know exactly what we're talking to, is there Is there any way, and Andy, maybe this is a question for you, to give Attorney Mead control of the slide, just to show us, or maybe Andy, you can show us by just circling so that everyone can see what we're talking about, that proposed connection point. It's just, I think it's hard to really discern if folks aren't familiar with looking at
Yeah,
two-dimensional plans.
Chair, that's a great point. Obviously the applicant's slide doesn't indicate it here, but let me just use the annotation tool
Okay.
in Zoom. So the idea here, I think, was that the path might come down here, and this is just one consideration for this particular application and project. But if folks, I think, can see the red line I've drawn there. Yep.
Yes.
Yep,
Okay.
we can see it.
And if Caitlin, if you wouldn't mind going to the next slide. Yeah, thank you. And again, so that assumption here is that there's a landing down here of some nature, that the path could go through essentially like this. The idea being here that if this use were to be approved and were to be happening here, there's probably a likelihood of pedestrian activity desire lines between the park space and the facility here. And the idea being that there'd be a more direct connection rather than folks having to walk out to the street all the way around to get there, if you will.
Okay, so it looks like the line you've drawn, and I think most everyone might well be, certainly everyone on this call is going to be familiar with this space if they aren't already. This is a direct connection behind Lombardi Oil, the storage tanks, and the baseball diamond at Cashman between Pop Crowley and Leary's parking lot. So it's going to connect to that pedestrian way that ends at the Rivers rail trail, that sort of circle, that ellipse that's at the very head of the at the tot lot. Is that right where you've shown in red? That's what we're talking about.
That's correct.
Okay, all right. I mean, and I appreciate it. I know it may be sort of obvious to some. I just want to make sure it's clear to, or at least reasonably clear to everyone, myself included. So thank you. With that, Attorney Mead, feel free to just press on with the variance presentation, and then we'll circle back on all of it at the end.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. As the chair and members of this board know, the city, of course, doesn't provide use variances anymore. However, in 2011, a use variance was granted for fast food use on this property. And so therefore, since it was already granted, the applicant has a right to seek a modification of that variance. The petitioner proposes to modify that use by adding additional fast food to the rear of the site, namely the coffee shop, which is what we've been talking about. Of note, the pizza shop entrance is on the west side of the structure, and parking for the use is by and large also adjacent to the west side. On the other hand, the proposed coffee shop is at the rear and north end of the structure, and the entry of the parking are located on the east side of the structure opposite the other fast food restaurant. If you could go to slide 15. Also, as note is the use as a fast food carryout coffee shop will be operating on opposite hours of the high use pizza carryout. Currently, the pizza carryout service mainly again on the west side of the structure operates at the earliest 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. The most intense time, of course, is actually the late afternoon until closing. On the other hand, the coffee shop will be operating 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. and will be serviced mainly on the east side of the structure. Further, it's anticipated, of course, as was just recently pointed out, that some of the patrons to the coffee shop will be walking from the park and the rail trail. The modification for the variance for this use was granted in 2011. I'd point out that that the variance that was granted did not have any limitations in the variance itself. And nonetheless, we're permitted to modify it. I would point out, if you read the minutes of the Zoning Board of Appeals meeting, there was discussion about the fact that this is for a pizza shop, which of course it is, but that significance is not in the decision itself. Nonetheless, as the chair pointed out at the time in that meeting, any modifications to the use variance would have to come before the board, regardless of what it said. And that's why we're here today, to seek a modification and add additional fast food to this site. So the provision of food via takeout for counter services, like of course the pizza shop, and not dissimilar to the other commercial activities in this area, Obviously, we have the gas station across the street. We have the Park Lunch, we have Lombardi's, then we have commercial structures on down Merrimack Street on the north side of Merrimack Street. The use can foreseeably enhance the experiences of boaters and also patrons of Cashman Park, if you will, on the water side, and being entirely consistent with and not derogate from the purpose and intent of the waterfront mixed use zone. Further, the proposed modification to the fast food use will likewise not be detrimental to the neighborhood, as that type of use is consistent with the surrounding commercial uses. Because of these changes and input from the city and the neighborhood, the petitioner has made a number of changes and improvements to the site. The parking on the site is now formalized and striped and delineated. The parking area includes the installation of trees and other vegetation, breaking up the pavement. Importantly, the ingress and egress of both sides has been refined, and in particular, on the west side of the building, there's now clearly one entrance as opposed to a spaghetti type of multiple entrances and exits on that side of the street. The creation of the landscape exterior activity space in the rear and access to Cashman Park is turning what is clearly a forgotten rear yard to be more of a facing Cashman Park. I don't think when the building was originally done, anybody thought that Cashman Park would be used to the extent that it is today. With that, what I would like to do is turn this over to Ken Cram for a moment to talk about the traffic impacts of our proposal.
Good evening, members of the zoning board. My name is Ken Cram with Bayside Engineering out of Woburn, Massachusetts. We prepared the traffic impact assessment to look at the impacts of the addition of the proposed coffee shop. We did some research and we found available traffic volume from Mass DOT's website. And they found that for Merrimack Street in the vicinity, that in 2020, there were about 10,045 vehicles per day. And projecting that to 2022, that would be approximately 10,150 vehicles per day on average. That's an average day, not a peak day, not the least day. We looked at safety in the vicinity of the site. There are two intersections and our driveways are pretty much opposite those intersections, Kent Street and Dove Street. Dove Street being one way in the, I'll call it a general northerly direction. There were not a lot of reported crashes to Mass DOT's website. There were 7 at Merrimack Street with Kent Street and 5 at Merrimack Street and Dove Street. We looked at, there's public transportation in the area. There's the MBTA commuter rail, not immediately nearby, approximately 1.25 miles from the site. And the Merrimack Valley Regional Transit Authority operates bus route 54, which is about 1/4 mile from the site. So there is some public transportation in the area. We looked at the proposed use, the proposed coffee shop. We looked at what the addition would be for the proposed. It's approximately just over 1,650 square feet of space. We looked at land use code ITE, Institute of Transportation Engineers 936, which is coffee shop without drive-through window. And based on that, without any adjustments, would generate about 956 vehicle trips per day, or cut that in half for the number of vehicles, which gets you 478, if my math is correct, on a daily basis. The projection is about 454 trips in the morning peak hour and 53 trips in the evening peak hour. As we all know, coffee shops do the majority of their business during the morning peak period. However, we don't expect that all of those will be new to the roadway network. The ITE has some information And it indicates that during the weekday morning peak hour, that up to half or even more could be passed by, which is, someone passing by the site, stopping, getting their cup of coffee and continuing on in their direction for whatever the purpose of their original trip. That and, the combined with, the location with the residents in the area, it would even be further reduced because we would expect that there would be some patrons who would actually walk to the site or even cycle to the site. So we looked at this, we looked at our access, and there were lots of questions about what happens right now on Merrimack Street with existing deliveries, and we've taken a look at that, both us and Millennium. What we're going to do is in the westerly parking lot, which is going to be striped, which is, and some of the boat storage will be removed. We will be able to get all our loading trucks off the street. Most of them are what we call single unit 40s, which are 40-foot long trucks, wheelbase that is. They will be able to get off of Merrimack Street and actually load, or rather unload, I'm sorry, on the west side of the building. And this will definitely clean up flow on Merrimack Street, where right now a lot of those deliveries occur actually right on the street. And sometimes, obviously they block the traffic. As indicated earlier in Mr. Boderman's presentation, we'll be cleaning up the parking flow on the site so that the cars will know exactly where to go, where to park, which currently right now there is some pavement markings, but they're faded and worn away, and this will be cleaned up with the landscaping. That's the summary of the traffic study that we've performed to date, and I would be glad to answer any questions when it's appropriate.
Thank you, Ken. I think maybe for the board, since we now have the site plan up, thank you for doing that, Caitlin. I'll show the board, Andy, or whoever's controlling this. If you could go into the west side parking lot off of Merrimack Street with your cursor and move towards the back, towards Cashman Park. So you can see that area that says lot area. That's currently where the boat storage is. We have added a delivery door in addition to the freezer door on the side of the building. So if you see the freezers, there's a delivery door right beside that we have now added, which is why we updated the architectural plans a week or so ago. So what Ken is talking about is the deliveries can now come into the back of the site and deliver and turn around and leave and take that traffic off of Merrimack Street. Again, I would remind everybody that this is the current, these are the current uses on the site that are causing the trouble. And while we're asking to expand the fast food use, at the same time, what we can do is clean up the site and get these deliveries off of Merrimack Street. So with that, the board we're asking the board to modify the variance. I would point out in the SJC provided in the Boston Edison case that the inquiry which use variances cases require is whether the introduction of a non-conforming use would unquestionably alter the essential character of an otherwise residential neighborhood. And the SJC went on to say, on the other hand, when pre-existing uses are mixed, the standard for determining whether a variance should be granted often leaves less strictly applied. And here, not only obviously do we have a commercial use on this site and a fast food that we're trying to modify, but there are commercial uses up and down Merrimack Street mixed with some of the residential uses that go up off of the side streets off of Merrimack Street without question. And of course, a couple of residences along the northern side of Merrimack Street. But the use of this property, given its size and location, would not be unusual or out of character for the neighborhood. Nothing has changed with this lot or this building, but for our renovations to the rear of it since the 2011 variance was addressed. and granted by this board. Everything continues to be the same, but for the new addition in the back. And therefore, there would be no reason to modify necessarily the criteria which that board granted this variance on. I would like to add one other thing before we continue. A couple of weeks ago, the city invited us to attend a traffic advisory committee meeting to discuss a lot of the changes which we have already presented here, but receive other comments and have other discussions with the TSAC, that's what they call it, committee. Because of a bunch of unfortunate circumstances regarding the ability of people to attend that meeting on behalf of the city, that meeting was canceled and has been rescheduled. So we're going to be still wanting to meet with TSAC related to that. So after the board, we hear the board's comments tonight and the public comment, I would just like the board to know that we're likely going to seek a continuance so that we can, in fact, meet with the Traffic Advisory Committee to see if they've liked the improvements that we've made to date. That doesn't, of course, impact the modification to the pre-existing non-conforming structure. If the board was inclined to vote on that special permit tonight, that would be great. If not, we could continue both of them, but that modification to the structure does not have to do with the use variance. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Attorney Mead. Anything further in your presentation?
Not at this time.
Okay. Members of the ZBA, I'm going to go ahead and close the presentation portion of the public hearing. I'd like to go and take public comment, and then when we get into questions, we can decide as a board whether to go further into questions and deliberations, or knowing now in light of Attorney Mead's the docket that lay ahead with respect to the traffic study. I believe our board is certainly going to need that information, so we can determine where we might enlist a continuance to allow the applicant to get us the additional information. But for now, let's go through public comment, and I will recognize anyone who wishes to speak in connection with the application. Please just raise your hand and we'll recognize you in the order in which I see you, and I'll do my best to make sure that I stay true to that speaking order. And again, just give your name and address for the record as you take the floor. I see Lorraine Jarnes. Ms. Jarnes, if you want to unmute your mic, I will go ahead and unmute you here, and you have the floor. Please just give your name and address if you could.
Okay, my name is Lorraine Jarnes, and I live at 195 Merrimack Street, directly across the street from Leary's. First of all, I want to commend Emily Dunn and Jacob for making that comment about how untransparent this process has been, and that the public meeting should have taken place. Also, Paula Biscardi wanted to attend, but because of the restrictions of Zoom, she couldn't. But in any case, as one of the abutters, I oppose this proposal because it's inherently a very flawed plan. Ken Cram doesn't live here, but we see every day what goes on, and moving the delivery trucks to back of the new proposed area, what are they going to do? Just idle like they do on the street? Currently, the traffic on this street is very dangerous. We see near misses, close calls every day, and you can't convince me every delivery truck is going to use that back lot. This proposal cannot go through. The neighborhood will suffer for it. It's not a good fit. It shouldn't even have gotten this far. This proposal at its foundation is insupportable because the location is bad, despite our ward councilor's recommendations to the applicant. No collaboration or revisions with the city engineer or the planning office can make this proposal more palatable. It should be rejected out of hand. Thank you. My husband would also like to talk as well.
Thank you, Ms. Jarnes. Is your husband with you now? We'll
He's right here. He's right here.
Yeah. We'll certainly recognize Mr. Jarnes, I presume.
My name is Bob Charnes. My wife Lorraine and I have lived at 195 Merrimack Street for over 35 years. The applications by Waldot Realty for 20208 Merrimack Street are unfeasible. The proposal is detrimental to the neighborhood, altering the pre-existing use of the building. Approving it would be a substantial detriment to the public good. The proposed 74-seat restaurant will dramatically increase traffic congestion and intensify parking problems. The goal of zoning by the ZBA is to, quote, promote roadway traffic safety, end quote, and to, quote, minimize or prevent adverse impact to the neighborhood character from excessive traffic or on-street parking, end quote. Traffic entering Merrimack Street from Kent Street is already very dangerous. People crossing that intersection do so at their own risk. Recently, we walked to Cashman Park, and in the space of literally 1 minute, we saw two different pedestrians with infants trying to cross Merrimack Street under very precarious conditions. One parent with a baby carriage had to cautiously peek around a parked delivery truck before entering the crosswalk. It's extremely dangerous. The area cannot safely support a 74-seat restaurant and the related traffic. It can't be in our neighborhood because it is the worst location possible. Please reject this proposal. It won't serve the public good. Thank you.
Also, I want to say another thing, and that is landscaping is great, but if you watch those trucks, when they're delivering, they need every available space. Yes, Larry's parking lot is all chewed up, but those trucks, the ice truck, every truck, Otto's truck, they need that whole area to turn around and maneuver. And you can't convince me that little parking lot where the deliveries are supposed to take place is going to solve the traffic problem in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Jarnes, and Mr. Jarnes, for your time and your thoughts. Recognizing next Jeffrey Stott. Mr. Stott, if you can unmute your mic, sir, you have the floor.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me?
We can.
Great, thanks. So I sent a letter in a couple days ago. I hope the board received that letter.
Apologies, Mr. Stott, if we could just ask you to give your name and address for our keeper of the minutes, please.
Sure.
Thank
My
you.
name is Jeff Stott. I live at 7 Dub Street in Newburyport. I've lived here for 30 years. And I've seen Cashman Park usage grow. I've over the years have seen traffic on Merrimack Street grow. And I hope the board members at some point in time have gone down to that area and maybe visited Cashman Park and sort of can understand from the abutters in the neighbors in that area how dangerous Merrimack Street has become. No matter how you dress up the parking lot, no matter how much money you contribute to the Parks Commission, it does not take cars off of the street. You can have the parking spaces paved, you can have landscaping paved, but right now it's a dangerous area. And what's being proposed right now is to make it even more dangerous by adding a 74-seat fast food restaurant. I'm picturing going to Seabrook and you see cars in the middle of Route 1 trying to get through the coffee shop called Dunkin' Donuts. I'm just anticipating that happening at Larry's. It's a residential neighborhood and we're fully saturated with commercial businesses. There's no other area on Merrimack Street aside from the downtown that has this many commercial buildings and businesses. And I think we got to be careful on how we oversaturate things. Just because we can do things doesn't necessarily mean we should. Just because there's room to fit in 74 seats doesn't mean that we should. We need to take into consideration the neighbors, the neighborhood, and the detrimental impact of this to the neighborhood. You know, one of the slides indicated 18 total letters of support for this. I'd be very interested in knowing how many of those are from the direct neighbors. The traffic study that was mentioned, the number of cars, I question the number of cars that is being totaled during a pandemic. I don't think that's necessarily a good representation of what's going on at the bottom of Dove Street. If you really want to know what's going on at the bottom of Dove Street, you don't have to do any type of traffic studies. Just ask the neighbors. Lorraine will tell you she lives right on the street. I walk that area every single day. I have to look 3 times, 4 times, 5 times just across the street. Having a 74 seat fast food restaurant there is insane. It's totally detrimental to the neighborhood. And I think that we can't be sort of persuaded by fancy sidewalks and access ways. We have to think about, we're not just putting this in downtown, this is where it belongs. And you can talk about walkways and things like that. We're talking about a neighborhood. This is not downtown. This is not Waterfront West. This is a neighborhood, and we have enough businesses here. We cannot take any more. There's plenty other places in Newburyport. There's plenty other abandoned businesses that you can put things like this in. It doesn't belong here in Newburyport at the bottom of Dove Street and Kent Street. Right now, it's so hard at times just getting off of Dove Street and onto Kent Street, onto Merrimack Street, or off of Kent Street and on Merrimack Street, or any of these side streets. Sometimes the traffic from going to down Merrimack Street down to downtown is backed up to Dove Street. Doesn't matter how dressed up that parking lot is, it's not going to take away all those cars trying to get down into downtown. And now you're going to add a 74-seat restaurant on top of that. That's unfair to the neighbors. It's very, very concerning. And I don't want to see traffic lights at the bottom of Dove Street, because that's the recommendation. There's so much traffic down there. Get the cars off of Merrimack Street. Limit the amount of cars that are here. We can't keep on attracting cars to an area that's overloaded with traffic. It's just not fair. And I think we also have to keep in mind that there's a lot of other people and visitors to that area. People that go to Lombardi's Oil, the Newburyport High School softball team that plays down there, the people that go to the park lunch, the Bear League softball league. Are we going to have foul balls into those tables that are out there? All the people that go to Cashman Park to be on the playground, to do the basketball courts, the tennis courts, walking their dogs, people that go to Larry's Liquors, Otto's Pizza, the Larry's cheese place, all the residents that are on top of the Larry's building. There's too much going on there. We can't add any more. I surrender the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stott. Recognizing Miss Emily Dunn. Miss Dunn, again, if you could unmute your mic and just give again your name and address, and you have the floor, ma'am.
Hello, I am Emily Dunn. I live at 169 Merrimack Street. So I first wanted to start off and ask if anyone on the board is going to recuse themselves for this.
Ms. Dunn, sorry, at the outset of our meeting, I had sort of mentioned in the lay of the land, during the questions section, you're certainly welcome to pose any questions, but it's not no intended discourtesy to any member of the public, in that the board won't be able to respond directly, but we will be adapting questions if they're questions you ask us to be asked of applicants and such. I'm happy to have our board members address your question when we get to the next phase, but I think you cut off a bit, and forgive me, I didn't catch it. It sounded like you were asking if members of the board had been to the site.
No, I don't think you heard me. And we had a great conversation during the last Q&A, so I must have misunderstood maybe parallel of the last Q&A versus Q&A. So, or maybe it's not a Q&A, it's just a Q. But my
Yes.
first question was just, well, it wasn't on the last one because you answered my question about the video and we had a long conversation. My question was, is anyone going to recuse themselves? There is a direct relationship between multiple of the members on the board, as well as the people that were presenting and the current owners. So I believe that people should be accusing themselves, and I recusing themselves from voting on this specifically. If you'd like me to name people, I've named it in my letter that I will be sending in. To address Lorraine and Jeff, you guys are speaking out. Jeff specifically asked about the 18 people that had sent letters in favor, and I'm a nerd over here and just a local in town. And so for me, I thought it would be fun little project to do today, just to understand who these people are and what they're doing, like with the letters. So there were 18 people that said yes, 22 that said no. Of the 18 people that sent it in, there are 2 that live in walking distance of the actual neighborhood in Newburyport. 5 live in actual Newburyport, including those 2. The other 13 do not live in town. They might own businesses here in town, but they don't live here. They're not in the neighborhood. So they have no idea of what's going on, and they have financial stake, right? Why would a gas station not want more business? Why would a clothing shop not want more business? And a lot of them have great points. They're speaking to Heather, who owns Groundswell, and that is amazing. Groundswell is an awesome company. That's not what we're discussing today. And I don't know if maybe they don't understand that, the people who are sending in letters. A lot also, Jeff, are copy and pasted. They're the exact same letter sent in. They were sent in March prior to all of this being changed. So it concerns me that also we have, I'm happy a lot don't live here. I'm happy most don't live here in town, but they aren't even the owners of the businesses. They also don't care what's being done in terms of wanting to hear what's happening today on the call, because they sent this in March stating their approval. So I really am confused. And if my friends were doing a business, there'd be a lot more than 18 people raising their hands saying yes. This is absolutely absurd. So I think that we really need to discuss why we're here today, and that's the 2 points of law and the waterfront zoning districts. This was currently reviewed back in January of 2022. If this was reviewed in January of 22, literally 5 months ago, and it states the actual uses of what are allowed being restaurants, specific restaurants, not fast food, and offices which are marine related, and they do not exceed 30% of the total applicable land. Why are we here today? Why do we have a zoning board? Why are we even hearing a case that does not fall in line with what's going to be best for the community? Are we talking about financial gain of specifically Wall.Realty? Realty? Are we talking, like, what are we talking about? Groundswell could go in so many other locations here in Newburyport that have unfortunately faded due to COVID. There are open locations that need a home. It does not need to be a new home built. And I think that we really need to take into consideration the waterfront. And it's the Waterfront Marine Dependent District has just done a whole entire review. We need to make sure we're abiding by what's happening in regards to that. And we need to make sure as a community, we are understanding that this is a neighborhood, this isn't a downtown. And I just really want to understand what the proposal is going to be in regards to the parking spots, in regards to what the town's going to take away from this, in regards to if this variance is passed. Does everybody here actually understand that McDonald's could go in? Because I don't think anyone actually understands that. In the letters, there's ignorance, there is pure error, and no one understands if a variance is passed for 74-person fast food restaurant, Papagino's could go in. It's not that Heather is going to own this, or it has nothing to do with her. It has to do with the land and us protecting this space. And I implore every member on the board to use their best judgment and not their friendships with specific people in regards to this. I am very disappointed it's gotten this far, especially since it hasn't gone to the traffic committee, which needs to be taken into consideration in a case like this. Living on Merrimack, it's horrible in regards to safety. And this shouldn't even be here at this place. We should have a complete safety meeting in regards to this, as this impacts the town. And I think my last comment here is just the whole point of a zoning board is to help out a homeowner who wants to build a home, maybe with less of a setback, or with making it a story higher. The whole goal of the zoning board is not to make rich people richer and all the people who live in the town and around it suffer. At the end of the day, you had 4 abutters respond back we had actually 5 abutters respond back, 1 in favor, who is the man who owns one stop. And of course he's in favor, it's financial gain. The other 4 abutters who responded are not in favor of this. This is not like, this shouldn't even be up for discussion. Nobody wants this here. And all the people who want this here are having financial gain added to their pocket. It's absolutely ridiculous. And I think that it needs to be heard that Allison, Justine, Alexandra, Jenny, George, Frank, Paul, Barry, Jack, Sarah, Robert, Warren, Michelle, Charles, you name them. None of them live here. None of them. And I'm sick of people who do not live here even having a say in what happens in our community. You come here, you buy property, or I'll go to your town and I'll make a judgment. I don't have time. I actually have a life and a career. So I'm not going to go into your town or go out to Plum Island and make judgment. And that's why I didn't comment on the first case, because I don't live there. It's not my job to comment on that. It's my job to comment on Newburyport, where I live, where I have owned property since 25 years old. And I am very proud of this neighborhood, and I won't let anything happen to the waterfront and the marine life that we have currently, because I'm floored with the lack of transparency and the fact that this is actually even here. I think that Walter and Ken should recuse themselves. I think that same with Rob. I'm absolutely in shock that you guys haven't recused yourselves. You guys all live within an arm's length and have friendships with these people. And this is absolutely outlandish that we're even here at this place. Lisa and Walter could be shaking hands right now. This should not be coming here. And Lisa, as being a mayor of this town for 3 terms, you think this is best for the community? Like, you think this is best. I'm 30 years old, and I am at the place in my life where I'm in shock watching people in this town do its best for what's in their pocket. Like, everybody's hired you. You have enough. Can you ever just step back and for once do the right thing? This is not the right thing. The reason that you're even here and you're asking for an extended variance is because nobody wants it. It's because in 2011, they put these things in place because no one wants a McDonald's. So stand up. If you were a mayor, you do what's best for the
Ms. Dunn, I apologize. Ms.
people in
Dunn.
this town are speaking.
Ms. Dunn. Ms.
I'm
Dunn.
finishing my sentence. Thank you.
No,
Rob.
but just if you may, please indulge me for a moment. I out of respect of the others that need to speak as well, and I want to give you lots of latitude. I have to ask you, and I do so respectfully and with great courtesy to the passion of your comments, which we need to hear and I want to hear. But we must insist that that we not make this personal in any way. You need to address your comments. No, but hear me out, please.
Home. This is my home, Rob. This is extremely personal.
I understand and I empathize. I might not understand fully because I'm certainly not you, but I empathize. But you also have to share in that this is a public process, and we have to adhere ourselves and govern ourselves to a level of decorum, even in the face of great, passion, which I certainly understand and empathize. I have to insist that everyone abide by the same rules. So if you can address comments and questions to the board, be assured that we're all listening. We're going to listen to everyone, and I don't want to understand anyone's comments. So I hope you take that in the spirit in which it's offered, and I'll ask you. I'd ask you if you could just govern yourself with respect to that that guideline.
Yeah, of course. I mean, one of the questions on here was in regards to relationships with Lisa, and obviously I didn't ask that question because you guys made it evident on your relationship with Lisa and your questioning. It's pretty prevalent. But no, this is my neighborhood. This is my front yard. And I think it should be noted, my property value will go up if this goes in, right? This looks better. People who live closer to Starbucks or Whole Foods, it's proven the property value goes up. This is going to help in the property value in some ways, but this isn't what we want. So I think taking that into like consideration, this isn't downtown. There's plenty of spots that this location can go. And this is extremely personal to me. I don't want extra money in my pocket. I want to not get hit while walking my dog across the street. I want to be able to enjoy my neighborhood. If I wanted to live on Pleasant Street or Fair Street or State Street, I would. I didn't live there because of financial gain or not. I live where I live because I like living by Cashman. I like it being low key. I like that environment. If this is a boat town, you go to the website and it says it's the first place the Coast Guard ever was. Well, why are we trying to make this Portsmouth and change certain areas? Let's keep our boatyards. Let's keep it Newburyport, and let's ask the people if you guys need any of my considerations in regards to what I've done for documenting the 40 people who have submitted letters. I'm happy to send them to you. But the people from the Modern Butcher, Ruby Family Dentistry, the random person from Autos, that's not at Anthony Allen, Port Paper, Sarah Olson, the first Essex State Rep, people from Salisbury, Lafayette, like all these people do not live here. They don't have to deal with this every day. They go home.
If I can dovetail on that, not to interrupt you, but to dovetail on that, just so you know, for what it's worth, we as board members, we're often faced with, voices from every quarter, and in the spirit of everyone having a voice, we give everyone a voice. However, that isn't to say that board members necessarily give every voice the same weight. And that's why it's important to understand where folks are from. And of course, I can tell you, because we live in the world, someone who lives immediately adjacent to a project has a relevance of perspective that's important to certainly to me as one voting member, I suspect to my colleagues. In fact, I'm certain of it. So while everything is part of the mix, the alchemy of voices, not everything is assigned the same weight by virtue of having that access. For what it's worth, it might be a sort of a lawyer's explanation, and my apologies if it sounds that way. But I wanted to give you your the floor, Ms. Dunn, and I don't want to short circuit it, but I would like to try to move along. So I'll ask if there was anything further, and certainly I'll give additional discretion to you if you need it.
I'm happy to hear that. Thank you. And I know you live on Merrimack Street, so I hope that you, for your sake and your family's sake, really take this under consideration, because it's going to affect your front yard as well as mine. And just thank you for your service. My dad's the chair of the zoning board in my hometown, and it's a lot of work, and it's a lot of unappreciated work. So I just want to say, at the end of the day, thank you for all of you do on the board.
Those are kind words, and I stand evenly footed with tireless and dedicated volunteers and everyone up and down the line. So thank you for that, and certainly thank you for your passion and your comments. Okay, so moving on, I see Dennerden. I don't know if that's a first or last name, my apologies. But if that is you, I'll ask you to kindly unmute your mic, and if you could please introduce yourself, first and last name and address, and you have the floor.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Yes, we can, sir.
Okay. Hi, my name is Dan. I live on 14 Dove Street in which, like the connection to Cashman Park, is actually the connection to Leary's from Dove Street. And I just wanted to go over some of the points that I've observed in the 20 plus years that I've lived here. And it's become more apparent with the Modern Butcher and the crowds that are showing up there, as well as Mama Duke's, is Merrimack Street's not wide enough for the parked cars that are there right now and cars to go past. adding fast food and takeout is going to just significantly increase this traffic. I heard some mention that it's going to be at the different hours than what it currently exists with Leary's. Well, it's already pretty busy as it is. So I feel the risk of harm to myself, my dog, and my family and my friends. If you look at the cars that are going back and forth on Merrimack Street, right in front of Dove Street, or to the right of Dove, to the left of Dove, they already can't proceed in either direction with parked cars on the side of the road, which are there right now without crossing a solid yellow line. Every morning and every afternoon, I walk with my dog from Dove Street to Cashman Park, and I have to wait a long time. And I'm very concerned when I have to cross Merrimack Street at the crosswalk. Cars just go too fast from both directions. They don't stop for me when I'm in the intersection, regardless of which direction they're coming from, but particularly when they're coming from downtown. They can't see me when they're coming to the park lunch. I can't see them, and they're speeding too fast. I have had on multiple occasions when I'm trying to cross the street, particularly when it's wet or when it's icy, I've had cars that are going too fast tap on the brakes and go into tailspins. In fact, I remember 2 years ago or so that one of the cars went right into that new parking lot that they're talking about with the nice new spaces because it couldn't slow down, and almost hit me and my dog. It's just going to get worse. And in fact, I can actually talk from experience that my family and I were T-boned by a car while it wasn't coming out of that parking lot that we're talking about. It came out from the adjacent Pop Crowley Way and really nailed us, totaled the car. We all could have almost died. So I know firsthand the dangers of the current situation, and adding more traffic is only going to make it worse. I'm even sure that this crosswalk, maybe not this year, the crosswalk at Kent Merrimack has been a school bus stop in years past. If it happens again, if they use it as a school bus stop, adding the additional morning traffic when it doesn't necessarily exist to the extent is only going to make that crosswalk much more difficult, more dangerous. We're talking about adding an existing four-way intersection and making it significantly worse by adding more traffic to that parking lot. So I can't even go left or right out of Dove Street right now. Adding early morning delivery trucks into that, coming out of that parking lot is going to just make it extremely more dangerous for myself and my family or people crossing the road that could get into an accident. So I'm really concerned about this. Excuse me. Also, the noise pollution of idling trucks is just going to get worse, particularly by adding now a 6 a.m. So the pre-morning, where maybe now 8 o'clock before Leary's is open, you're now adding that new noisy trucks at 4 o'clock in the morning. It's just not going to be conducive to the neighbors, and you can hear it, even if the midway up Dove Street. So it's just going to add things and make things worse. It's going to make the litter much worse at Cashman Park, which is actually overflowing with litter right now. I don't know for anybody who's walked through Cashman Park on a Monday, even on a Thursday, you're seeing boxes of pizza from Otto's sitting outside those trash cans. So it's just going to get much worse. And the other thing is, I know some folks have been here forever. I support those existing businesses, but adding a new business is gonna, these ones that are already integrated into, such as Mama Duke's or whatever, adding a new business is just gonna make things worse. So those are really the things that really concern me. And I really do enjoy walking my dog to the Cashman and just crossing the street and going through, doing the neighborhood things and seeing the kids do the same thing, and just adding more traffic and making it is going to just make it more dangerous. And I think I've covered it.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you taking the time to make those comments. Moving on to, let's see, I believe Jacob. Jacob, again, I don't see your last name, but if you could kindly just unmute your mic and introduce yourself again, and you have the floor, sir.
Yes, my name is Jacob Dumont. I live at 169 Merrimack Street, Newburyport, Mass. A few of my questions are, will Walden Realty be renting this space to Groundswell? Because at the end of the day, we keep referencing Groundswell as moving in, but in reality, it's Walden Realty building a space for a restaurant to go in. In later years, we could have a McDonald's. They could tear this building down in next year and put a McDonald's in, which would increase the traffic. They referenced the traffic report from 2020. I think we're all very well aware 2020 was the year when COVID really took off in America. If you're monitoring traffic on Merrimack Street during the peak of COVID, when the state of Massachusetts was shut down and no one was leaving their houses, and you're saying there was 10,000 cars a day and it's only going to go up by 150 cars now a day, you are out of your mind and ridiculous. That is the most obscene comment you can make. Like, that is not like even accurate on what happens on Merrimack Street. I walk my dogs every day down Merrimack Street. I could probably name less times I've been hit than more times I've been hit, because it's more often than not I'm almost hit on Merrimack Street. I've stopped calling the police because they seem to not care about the traffic on Merrimack Street, as it is a racetrack. And furthermore, you're allowing a variance to happen. And from my knowledge is you would have to allow this to happen if there's no other space. We have Amdiamos, Lolo Poke, Brick and Ash, or what about Plum Island Coffee Roasters? They could go in there. There's multiple places in town where this business could go into. But at the bottom line, this is for profit for Walden Realty to make more money and to, who knows, turn around and put a different restaurant in a couple of years. That's going to create more traffic. And you referenced 71 parking spaces. I suggest you go back and count. I counted only 58. Where's the other 13 spaces? You're missing 13 spaces there. And that's not even include in those 58 that I counted, that's including the handicap spaces. And I would really like to know how many of these board members, well, I obviously know the chair lives close by, but that live in the neighborhood. If you go stand on the sidewalk on Merrimack Street at any given point, I suggest you stand there for an hour in the morning and at night and count how many cars are going to stop for you in the crosswalk. I guarantee it's maybe a handful, if not zero. This is ridiculous. This is going to hurt the community. It's going to hurt this neighborhood. We have way too much traffic on Merrimack Street to begin with cars parking all over the road, making Merrimack Street a 1-lane road instead of a 2-lane road, which is already narrow in some spots. I propose that this is turned down and not allowed to happen.
All right. With Mr. Dumont, was there anything else you wanted to add? Mr. Dumont, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, I just wanted to make sure, was there anything else that you wish to add before we move along?
Yes, this variance request continues the failure of the property to comply with open space, building height, and front setback requirements.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate your comments. And I will recognize Dan Wilmot, and forgive me if we've already recognized you, Mr. Wilmot, but if we have not, and if that is you, please just unmute your mic and you have the floor, sir.
Hi, my name is Dan Wilmot. I'm the owner of the Park Lunch. A few things on this. If it is approved, who's to say these guys aren't going to change their hours as soon as they're in there, therefore making it more of a cluster than it already is? I already have a business on Merrimack Street, and I understand what these people are saying. It's a busy, busy road. Coming out of Kent Street right onto Merrimack Street, it is a giant cluster as it is. I've seen people get hit. One of my own cooks got hit 2 summers ago. People don't stop there. It's a giant cluster as it is. I think putting some, I got to agree with Jacob there. I don't know where they get that number of 71 parking spots, because it's kind of too small for that, unless they're tiny spots. The board should visit that place, because their hours, they're saying are gonna be till 4 o'clock. They're gonna close at 4. Well, how about once a month, Larry's has a wine tasting. And once a month, it starts at like 3 in the afternoon. And I have people from Larry's parking way over in my lot I have to kick out. So if that place, it's gonna overlap, but how's Larry's gonna control that? Are they not gonna have their wine tasting anymore? Because there's no way it's gonna work. There's already too many cars around the neighborhood as it is. And like I said, I mean, if they're gonna change their hours, and if they do get in there, if they get approved, who's to say that they're not gonna turn around and say, okay, now we wanna be a full-scale restaurant? How will we to prevent that? Is there gonna be any stipulations that they can't, or is it just gonna always be a coffee place? Because once they're in, you know that they're in the door, they can turn around and just, oh, we're already a restaurant, now we can be this and do that. So just giving my 2 cents on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilmot. Miss Patricia Pecknick. Ms. Pecknick, if you could unmute your mic and just give your name and address, and you have the floor.
Thank you. Patricia Pecknick, 4 Dove Street. I live very close to the Leary's building. The 2011 variance allowed an existing business, Leary's, to use a proportionally very small area of that building for fast food carryout, with, of course, the instruction that even the addition of new menu items would require a modification of the variance. What is being requested tonight cannot be described as a modification of that variance. It's a plan for new construction for a new fast food business with indoor and outdoor dining, much larger in square footage and longer in hours of operation than the Leary's carryout. In fact, it would bring the fast food hours of the building up to 15 hours open plus delivery hours. So more like 17 hours for a use that is listed in our zoning laws as a non-permitted use in the WMD. And you know, what other building in Newburyport has 15 to 17 hours of operation for a use that's not even permitted under zoning in that area? An intensification and expansion of a non-permitted use certainly derogates from the intention of the ordinance and does not align with that 2011 variance. The variance was only granted because the ZBA was told then that parking wouldn't be a problem, the east lot would be available to Leary's customers, the hours of operation wouldn't change, there'd be no on-site dining. And really, in fact, this is a request for a new use variant. It's described in the applicant's filing as a coffee shop with outdoor tables and chairs. That's an outdoor cafe. Outdoor cafes are called out as separate uses in the zoning use table. We know that the ZBA can't grant new use variances. So under the ordinances, as written by our elected city council, there's no fast food carryout. There's no outdoor cafes in this zone. Like many other speakers, I support the existing food businesses. And I ask you to vote on this matter tonight without a third continuance and deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pecknick. Ms. Tina Wasserman. Ms. Wasserman, kindly just unmute your mic and give your name and address, and you have the floor.
Hi, thank you. I'm Tina Wasserman, and I live at 20 Russia Street. I've lived in the neighborhood for 23 years and have really loved living here. I have noticed in the last decade or so, with increased development, that crossing Merrimack Street is increasingly anxiety provoking. Cars don't stop. They don't even stop when you're in the crosswalk. They're revving by, speeding, and it's really disconcerting. I agree with a lot of the comments that have been said by Emily, by Patricia, by Jacob, and others. This is a neighborhood. This is not a commercial district. And I'm really worried about the increasing commercialization of this city and the density of cars and new construction. It isn't just that this city is losing its charm. It seems also to be losing its soul. And I agree with Emily. This is about money. This is about greed, in my estimation. This is not about quality of life. And one thing that I really love about Newburyport was its sense of human scale about it. Who wants a 74-seated restaurant in their neighborhood? That's not a neighborhood business. And that's not like a legacy business, like the Park Lunch or Mama Duke's. Those are to scale and they have a history. This is something entirely new. And by the way, the building is hideous that's proposed. It looks like a garage. And I'm just really disgusted by what many of my other neighbors are disgusted by, this land grab and favoring of business over citizenry, favoring of commercialization over common sense. If our city councilor was working on behalf of the citizens and her constituents, she would be making sure that Merrimack was less crowded than more crowded. It's a pressure cooker. And it's just really discouraging that this has even come, as Emily said, to the floor. It shouldn't have even come to this zoning board. It's so obviously out of scale for the kind of neighborhood this is. And there are many, many empty spaces in this city that might be a better or other places than a neighborhood where children are playing and people are walking their dogs. I support the legacy businesses, but I do not support this, and I yield the floor.
Thank you, Ms. Wasserman. I see a few more hands, and I'm going to recognize each and every one of them, but in dovetailing on a comment Ms. Wasserman had made, it occurs to me that we have a letter from to the ZBA and members of the ZBA and myself as chair from Ward 3 City Councilor and City Council President Heather Shand. I do see Councilor Shand in the audience, but I'm happy, Councilor, if you wish to be heard, I'm happy to recognize you. But certainly, I recognize your intent to want to make sure that your letter is read into the record and read out loud. But I will certainly I will bend to your preference, and I do not see whether Councilor Shand is in fact still on the
I believe I'm on. I believe I'm
there we go.
unmuted.
Excellent. Madam Council President, you have the floor if you wish to address the board or read in to the record your letter.
So it is unfortunate that the TSAC meeting this was supposed to occur at was delayed until after this meeting. I believe that our city engineer and the TSAC folks, who are local residents who know this area best and know how dangerous this area of Merrimack Street is, should be the ones making the decisions on whether adding additional cars here would be safe or not. That's why I was hoping this could have been done at TSAC earlier in the month, and sadly it wasn't, because I do believe that, the locals know this best. And as a resident of Warren Street, I am well aware that this is a dangerous intersection, and we have been advocating for years to have the Kent Street intersection redone. It's been on our complete streets policy list for years, and we've been advocating to get this one prioritized. Other areas of the community have taken precedence. So for those that think that we haven't been trying, we have. We're just in a backlog. But I agree with everyone who has spoken thus far. This part of Merrimack Street is very crowded. It is dangerous. And it's unfortunate that we couldn't have gone to TSAC first before this came to the ZBA. So I believe my comments were were posted already. I won't read the letter, but just wanted to address that. So if it does end up going to TSAC this week, I think it's more important that our local folks have a say on the safety aspects and not folks relying on a 2020 traffic report. So I'll yield.
Thank you, Madam Council President. We appreciate your submission for the record, and I believe that's been posted and uplinked to the website as well. Moving on, I'll recognize Ms. Suzanne Poitras. Ms. Poitras, you can just unmute your mic if you please, and you have the floor.
Hi, Rob. Thank you so much. I'm not going to speak long. I'm Suzanne Poitras. I live at 9 Dove Street. I've been here for 7 years on Dove and since 2003 on Broad. So I know this neighborhood very well. I don't want to repeat what everyone else said, but I am in agreement with the issues with the traffic. But my major concern here is twofold. Patricia hit it right on the head, Patricia Pecknick. This isn't a modification of a use. This is a major extension, tantamount to a new use. This isn't just changing some things that were given previously. This is something completely new and opens the door to so much more that could be a problem. The other issue that I have is the parking. I really also couldn't see the spaces that were alleged, but because they don't connect anywhere, people are going to be going in and coming out the same exit on 2 sides of the building now instead of just one. It's impossible to get out of Dove Street in the morning, in the afternoon. And then the only respite you have is early in the morning. The cars are still moving fast, but at least Leary's is closed. Now it's going to be open at 6 a.m. on the weekends, all week long. It's just too much. So I don't want to keep talking about all the same things that everyone else said, but at our household, we walk a dog. We have the same problems crossing the street. We have the same problems pulling out. We have the same things. We can't keep our windows open. It's noisy, all of the above, and it's just too much. But my real point is that this is not a modification. This needs to be addressed like a new use request, which is not permitted and it should be denied. And thanks, that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Ms. Poitras,
Yep.
and have a good evening.
Thank you, you too.
Recognizing next Ms. Kathleen Doyle. Ms. Doyle, if you can hear us, kindly just unmute your mic, and if you could give your name and address, you have the floor, ma'am.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kathleen Doyle, and I live in the very beautiful golden yellow house, 197 Merrimack Street. I'm very proud to live in this beautiful historic home and be the caretaker of all the historical significance that this home contains. So I'd like to say hi to my friends and neighbors out there and to those I don't know. I just want to start off by saying I don't know, and I brought up with Heather why this meeting is on Zoom. Schools in Newburyport are in session. Kids are going out unmasked. We have everybody going around the city unmasked. So forgive me because I'm a newcomer to small city government, but I don't know why we're not allowed to show our faces and be in the same room together when we expect that of our kids. And I just want to start off with just a couple of things that I've heard from Lisa Mead and from some other folks about just a couple of things that stood out to me. Public transportation, for example. It's ridiculous to think that people are taking public transportation to come to Leary's. We have a commuter rail that's very expensive and not many people take, and the final stop is more than a mile away. So there is no public transportation, no access to public transportation from directly across the street from me. To call this the end of the rail trail, I've never heard that phrase used for Cashman Park before. It's a tot lot and it's our waterfront. One more thing that was brought up, a traffic study in 2020. I mean, it's really like, we have to be honest, like that's hilarious. Why don't we just do a gas price study in 2020? Because gas, I recall, was $1.69 a gallon at one stop in 2020, and traffic reflected that. So I guess, like, I just want to say up front, Rob, I noticed that you mentioned to Emily Dunn, a neighbor of mine, that she was being very passionate, and you cautioned her to, you know, contain her passion and act with decorum. And I just want to kind of shout out to all the women in history who have been told, you know, to try to contain their passion. I heard my neighbor say, you know, she is passionate and this is personal. And I just want to say the same thing. So please hold on to your hats. I'm also very passionate, and I'm holding on to dear life the historical significance of this neighborhood, the beauty of this neighborhood, and the preciousness of the waterfront. So I just want to say, like, why is this board so eager and intent on handing over our historic and beautiful waterfront and our neighborhood to an out-of-town commercial realty company? It's just so myopic. I say this as someone who has only lived here 4 years, but has lived all over the world and just saw such just such a perfect thing in Newburyport, with ocean, farms, forest, and yes, a thriving, desirable destination in downtown, but not in the historical neighborhoods. What do we have to gain? What does the ZBA have to gain? What does the city of Newburyport have to gain if we, the residents, the homeowners, the taxpayers, those invested in the character and the historical significance of this city and this neighborhood, we're all saying we don't want this? And just, you know, just to be clear, I'm going to say it again, we don't want this. So as I said, I'm new to the process, but I trust my neighbor and friend, Patricia Pecknick. I don't even know why it's being considered. So I guess I'm also just want to point out something else that we haven't talked about is from what I can understand about this surf shop, it's full of plastic. It's full of litter. And the idea that we would open up 74 seats, and these, let's be honest, this is a fast food place. We shouldn't even call it a coffee shop. It's a fast food place, and it might as well be a McDonald's. So the plastic straws, the plastic cups, the plastic lids, and those every ounce of plastic and styrofoam that's going to come into our waterfront. Why would we do that? Why would we bring this tacky, greedy, fast food land grab on our historic waterfront? I honestly just, again, I'm new to this, so I can't imagine that this is even being considered. Like, I wonder, it makes me suspicious, like, what do people have to gain? So this is not a restaurant. We're not talking about Toscana. We're talking about vacant tables that don't get bussed. This is not table service. This is a fast food restaurant. So that means we'd be relying on these millionaire, you know, boaters to bus their own tables and what? Recycle their own plastic? I don't see it happening. As it is, when I cross Merrimack Street, I pick up my dog and carry him across. And that is when I'm crossing at the crosswalk at Kent. That is the causeway that we're on Merrimack Street. In fact, I even hold my nieces and nephews' hand, and it's pretty funny because now they're adolescents and, you know, 12, 13-year-olds, and they don't want to hold their aunt's hand, but I have to tell them it's that dangerous. And this is honestly, this is when we're in the crosswalk. So I can't tell you how many times these boaters that everyone wants to, I heard someone say they want to improve the lifestyle of the boaters. The boaters give me a lot of obscene gestures when I'm in the crosswalk, and I have been walking, you know, like midway through the crosswalk, and they still buzz right through. And they just, you know, kind of give me this gesture as they go and give me the middle finger in front of my nieces and nephews for being in their way. So it's not you know, like I said, coming from out of town, I kind of pictured Cabot Cove in Maine when Angela Lansbury solving crimes, but I didn't think of all these millionaire boaters flipping me the bird as I walk my nieces and nephews across a crosswalk. So I guess I just would say again, like, this realty company, why would those of us who love this city ever cede our waterfront and cede this historical shipbuilding district to a realty company, to a McDonald's? Because we can call it a coffee shop, but it's, come on now. It's like Emily Dunn said, it could be a Bubba Gino's, it could be a Dunkin' Donuts, it could be a Burger King. You are ceding control of our beautiful, precious little gem of a city, one of the few places that is left to, I mean, I don't know. It's just not, it's not how cities are taken care of. It's not how history is preserved. So, oh my gosh, I guess I just want to say, yes, I do have passion, but what is life about if it's not about passion and love and care? And I, as someone who hasn't lived here that long, have passion and love and care for something some of you seem to be willing to just sell your souls off to the devil, who just comes on by and has a tacky, greedy idea for a land grab on our waterfront. Those folks on the ZBA and those folks on all of these city councils, like, we trust you. This is a democracy. We trust you not to represent yourselves in your own selfish interest or kind of mysterious interest that I don't even understand, but to represent the best interest of the residents. And I can tell you, as a resident and listening to all my neighbors on this Zoom right now, again, I wish we could be more democratic and be in person and be together and actually show our faces. This, we don't want this. We do have passion. We do have love and care, and we want to protect what we have now. So for the safety of myself, my family, and my neighbors, for the beauty that's potentially about to be destroyed irreparably, for the myopia that I see on these planning committees, and for the greed I recognize in the lawyers and the realty company, I strongly oppose this ridiculous and unfounded proposal. Thank you for listening, and thank you for listening to my passion.
Thank you, Ms. Doyle. And for what it's worth, and I just feel it's probably worthy to make this remark, I think you may have misunderstood, and forgive me not to presume your understanding, but I'll tell you my intent. I had never admonished anyone for their passion, but rather complimented Ms. Dunn in particular. In fact, you had asked a question, and I think it's worthy of noting because it's a technical one and a procedural one, and it's important for us all to understand. Many of the remarks had presupposed that this board had somehow made some decision or had the audacity to allow someone to take a stage and exercise their right to speak and ask for a certain application. Is by no means the same thing as preordaining that application in any way. I'll say this, the question had been posed a few times, and I think it's worthy of just this explanation for what it's worth. The means by which it's here, the means by which there's great, I believe there's great, and forgive me, I'll say passion because I share it. I'm a volunteer member of this board, as are all of my colleagues. I've been here for 30 years and I've served on this board for 20 of every other Tuesday night. It can only be, I would submit, an undying passion for the love of my city and its growth. And I know my colleagues feel the same way. And I know everyone here feels the same way. It is in that common purpose that we are all here this evening in fulfillment of the duty, unheralded and rightly or wrongly. It is the law of the land as it trickles down through the Commonwealth, the legislature, and our city council. And it is a mirror of this organizational structure, the union over. It's a democratic process. I agree with everyone who had said that. In the spirit of that democratic process, there is an inconvenience sometimes to the audacity of that democracy. We have to hear this process in order to render a thoughtful and balanced alchemy of a decision that takes into account every voice, however we may particularly disagree with or even passionately disagree with. It is nonetheless a righteous voice that will get heard. It's part of our process. We have no say or choice as members of the ZBA in our acquitting ourselves of that duty as members of this volunteer board. We follow the law of the land, and the administrative process and democratic process compels us, if not morally so, certainly legally so, to open a public hearing, to hear the applicant make their presentation, to vet that through the process, and to lay bare our personal scrutiny, our background, our particular reference and points of reference, our professions, as well as the very important input of every member of the public who wishes to be heard. And as I mentioned earlier, not every comment has the same weight because we live in the world. So for instance, when we hear members of our community who are right across the street from a project or next door to a project or abutters of a project, we pay attention to that. And every member of this board, I'm sure, assigns differing weight, but it is not the same weight comment over. I do want to make sure I say this because my heart compels me. I would never admonish anyone for their passion. And I say this with great respect to you, Ms. Doyle, as well as to everyone who spoke, and Ms. Dunn and others. I don't admonish the passion. In fact, we all here rely on it. We're counting on it. We need this input from every member of the public so that we can endeavor to make the best, most thoughtful decision in an unenviable task as volunteer members of our citizen board. So with that, I certainly appreciate everything you've said, and I continue to admire the passion of everyone who speaks so that we can, as a board, do our best work on behalf of the regulations and ordinance that bind us, as well as our own personal sense and sensibility as members.
Thank you, Rob. I appreciate that clarification, but I guess, I did hear you say at the end of my neighbor's comments, I want to thank you for that passion, and I appreciated that kind of course correction. But as the homeowner in the beautiful historic yellow house who lives directly across from this, again, I have to state my passion and the long vision for this city. And I ask you all to decide with your heart and just please just whatever your role in this is. And it sounds like it shouldn't have got this far to begin with. Think on behalf of the city and the best interests of this city long-term, not short-term financial gain. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Doyle. And again, for everyone, this is really just the beginning of the process. It's the opening and beginning of the collection of information and detail and data. We will not relent as a board until we feel we have all of the information we feel we need to make the best decision that can be made under the circumstances with all the information available. So thank you each, and I'm sorry for that diversion, but I feel it's a delicate and thoughtful and methodical process, and this is an important application for everyone involved. It is much for the applicant and their endeavor, as well as for the members of the community, the neighbors, members of this board, ourselves and each other. So with that in mind, and with that balance in mind, I'll move on to, I believe, the last hand I see raised. And again, if you wish to be heard, please raise your hand, and I'll recognize you. I see Miss Melissa Duncan. Ms. Duncan, if you hear us, if you can unmute your mic and give us your first and last name, please, and you have the floor.
Melissa Duncan, 14 Dove Street. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, ma'am. Yes. Thank
you. Thank you. I promise I will try to keep this short. I really want to echo what my neighbors have been saying all evening. First of all, this does not seem to me like a modification. This is significantly new use. The variance granted to autos did not include any seating indoors or outdoors. 74 outdoor seats is a substantial amount of not just space, but I'm a noise person. a lot of noise. I can hear car doors slam in Leary's parking lot from my, my front step. So I'm very sensitive to the noise. The traffic issues, Merrimack Street is carrying much more traffic than it was ever designed to carry. Echoing that 2020 was not, any traffic studies done then do not reflect the volume of traffic that is occurring now. I would also question one of the consultants, I just wrote down some numbers, had calculated that the coffee shop would bring in about 200 more cars over the day, and I'm not sure that's enough. I don't know how a 74-seat restaurant would survive if they only serve 200 customers a day. I know some people might walk up from Cashman Park. I don't think the boaters go anywhere without their boats. But if the purpose here is to serve people on the rail trail, walking through Cashman Park, or to serve the boating community, I think they would be better served by a food truck located down in the parking lot that wouldn't attract any more traffic onto Merrimack Street. As many people have said, Merrimack Street is dangerous. Egressing from Dove Street can be practically impossible. Crossing Merrimack Street is very dangerous, as my neighbors have noted. And I would also like to respond, the addition of a sidewalk through the private property that kind of funnels people past the fast food restaurant into Cashman Park does not address any of those issues. It also kind of reminded me of Disney kind of funneling people through the gift shop to exit the ride, but that doesn't help people get across Merrimack Street, which is the real problem. And I also wanted to question why the traffic report didn't include seasonal impacts. If this includes a outdoor seasonal seating, and as we all know, summer traffic on Merrimack Street can back up way past Ting Street into where you have basically gridlock. And that's what I would ask you to consider. The Leary's building itself, as people have noted, is already commercially saturated. Even though Auto doesn't open till 11, Leary's opens at 9, and Leary's can be busy at 9 o'clock if you want to drive by on a summer Saturday and find out. And now we'll have cars entering and exiting from both sides of Leary's in more significant numbers, with a crosswalk in Kent Street and Dove Street all pouring out in the middle. So I urge you to oppose this or to deny this application and to not consider this a modification of the variance for the safety, public health, and well-being of the adjoining neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan. I believe as I look, that is the extent of any hands that I see raised. Seeing no new hands, and I'll give it a moment. Seeing no new hands, I will thank everyone who has lent their time and their voice on this application. And I will close this portion of the public hearing. And before we enter into questions from the board, members of the ZBA, I'm going to note the time. It's 10:25. I do understand that the applicant, there is a traffic study that's outstanding. I'd like to hear from each member of the ZBA and take a pause as to whether any member of the ZBA, or every member of the ZBA perhaps, wishes to proceed on course without the benefit of that traffic study and continue forward through this process, or to indulge the applicant's request to continue this matter so that this board can have a traffic study that is, forgive me, relevant to our time and the impacts, which I think has been raised by many members of the public and shared, I'm sure, by members of the ZBA. So with that, Mr. Moore, what are your thoughts? We'll start with you.
Thank you, Chairman Champetti. Notwithstanding that the applicant is requesting, as I think, at least speaking for myself, I would have requested a continuance until we get the TSAC input. I'm of the opinion that since we're here, there's been a lot of public comment, and the public sphere is such as it is on Zoom right now that maybe we proceed, not maybe, I would prefer to proceed at minimum with questions from the board based on feedback we've gotten to clarify things while they're fresh in mind versus just walking away and then
I agree.
trying to ramp this back up.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And I'll just say this, and I don't mean to short circuit others' comments, but I'll run through our panel very quickly. But I feel good. I'm not tired. I say we do the business of this board in the city, and you know, at least within reason, press on, because there's a lot of folks here, and this is a very worthy piece of business, and it's important on a lot of fronts. So, Mr. Delisle, what say you, sir?
I'm happy to proceed as well.
Thank you, Mr. Swanton.
Yeah, I think we should proceed while it's fresh, while everything's just been said by the members of the public.
Very good, Mr. Shannon.
Agreed.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Bennick.
Yeah, I'm certainly prepared to proceed with respect to questions. My bias would be to defer any decision until we get the TSAC report.
Agreed. I believe there's an intersection of another trail up ahead. It isn't right here. So I say, I agree with my colleagues. Let's press on and onward. So with that in mind, I'm going to open the questions from the board, and we will continue forward. Mr. Moore, questions.
Thank you, Chairman Trompetti. I'm going to start with, I guess, the easiest one in my mind that sticks out. It's been mentioned a few times. I wonder, while we're here and we have the graphic in front of us, it could be blown up, and I wonder if the applicant could actually count the spaces while we're all here and see what number we come up with, because there's been some disagreement as to how many spaces we have. So I'd like to just go through this while we're here live.
Attorney Mead, do you care to address the space count, or perhaps Mr. Neteroff?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'm sitting here counting them, and I've just reached out to Mr. Boderman too. But so 8, 16, help me out, Mr. Chagnon, because you know how bad my math is. 8, 16, 24, 32, 39, 41, 50, 58, 65. I think that's what that says, but I would defer to Mr. Boderman, who has the plan. So obviously that needs to be looked at if that's actually the number. I don't know
I see the numbers, and we can just add them up. There was one discrepancy that I thought I saw, which was to, I guess we'll say, the east side, where there's the number 9 that shows, and I only come up with 8. So I just want to make sure the numbers are accurate.
Yeah, I don't, Mr. Moore, I would have the engineer go back and take a look at it. I just did those numbers just as I said. And again, I haven't sat here and counted every single one of them, but we'll make sure that the numbers are correct for sure.
We'll move on from that and move on to, could you, again, it was clear where the ramp was, the proposed ramp was to connect to Cashman Park. Can you explain again where that walkway was proposed so that people crossing from Merrimack and that were trying to get to the park wouldn't have to cut through the parking lot? I just wasn't clear where that was.
Sure, Mr. Moore. If you look immediately to the east of the building at the head of the parking spaces, and you'll see the parking blocks in front. There you go, Mr. Port, directly right down there.
Very good. Okay.
And you'll see that it's marked, painted pedestrian path.
Okay. Additionally, do you know what time now deliveries are available to be received by Leary's and or Autos? What time that delivery process starts? Someone has to be there to open the door. So is there any knowledge of when the doors actually open? And
I don't have that information, Mr. Moore. I'm happy to get it to you, but I just actually heard from Mr. Boderman that he counted 71 spaces. So again, we'll go back and take a look at it, but I just wanted to let you know that. So I don't know, but we can give you the times of deliveries for sure.
I would imagine, as has been mentioned, the coffee shop would add to that. So we'd add the hours of delivery to pre-dawn hours. So Is there,
The deliveries, if I could, Mr. Moore, the
Sure.
delivery to the coffee shop, just because the coffee shop is open at 6 doesn't mean it takes deliveries at pre-dawn hours, right? You could deliver during the day to stock for the next day. You know, I just want to be clear on that.
it's possible. It's possible that that could happen. I just wondered what the schedule might be, and then that would also have an impact on the neighborhood of earlier deliveries if that was the case. But I do agree that you can get deliveries any time of day, but it would seem to me that there would be times when there would be early morning deliveries, but we confirm that. One more question would for me, just on the parking again, on the proposed delineation between, the parking lot for the coffee shop and the Lombardies. Would there be a physical, and I should know this, I've driven by so many times, but I haven't parked on that side of the building. Is there going to be a physical barrier between the two parking spaces? Is there one now, or will there be one if there isn't?
Mr.
Yep.
If we could go to slide 14, please, Andy. I think the answer is no and no. I think there's no barrier now,
I didn't think so either, but.
and there's none proposed to be there except for the striping, of course.
Okay. All right, that's all I have right now. Thank you.
All right, very good. Moving on, Mr. Delisle.
Sticking with the Lombardies issue, how do the trucks get out of Lombardies? And how close do they get to the locus? Do they go over the existing parking lot, or how does that work?
So I'm going to have Mr. Bodeman pipe in here, but I believe it's my understanding that they pull into Lombardies to the right of the Lombardi building. Well, first of all, there are two different kinds of trucks, I believe, but they pull into the right of the Lombardi building, and some of them come back out adjacent to the Lombardi building. And then the larger trucks come back out through the Leary parking lot.
So those would be the bigger trucks that would probably be the ones delivering oil to the holding vessels there on site, which the little trucks fill up with.
Right, that's correct, Mr. Delisle. They would be the supply trucks, if you will.
Okay, so then the supply trucks go out, and will they go through any of the numbered parking spaces on the plan?
So
when they leave?
Right, we've talked to the Lombardi folks, and what we would do is they would let us know. So those deliveries, I'm informed, come early, but they would let us know, and they could, if you could go back to the site plan a minute, please. So if you see the striped off space at the end, so we would block off for the exit those two spaces immediately beside it in the morning for them to leave when they deliver.
Oh, I didn't hear that in the presentation. So that's interesting. Okay, so they would come up. You'd have to not have the number of parking spaces that are shown on the map at some points in time to allow for 18-wheelers to drive through the parking lot. Is that right? Is that fair?
That's correct, Mr. Delisle. And I could give you the times of those and the frequency of those, but I don't have that with me.
Okay, that would probably be helpful. Okay, moving on from that, can you restate the hours of operations for the coffee shop?
Sure, I believe I have 6 to 4. Hang on a second, let me look at my notes. Yes, 6 to 4. Okay. 6 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. So with regard to the existing variance, which is the modification of that variance is being sought, in the meeting minutes of that meeting of this board in 2011, that the hours of operation seem to be an important piece or important factors that the board considered. And the person in charge of Leary's at the time, I don't know if that's the same person now, it's not the owner of the current owner, but the person who represented Leary's and spoke and was recorded in the meeting minutes indicated that those hours of operation would remain the same, which was about, I think in the meeting minutes, they talk about 9 o'clock on weekdays and 9:30 on Sunday or something like that, AM as a start time. And that was a factor that the board considered in granting the variance. Is that something that was discussed or thought about when the idea of the coffee shop was introduced, that the variance had some sort of, maybe it's not stated in the variance itself, but there is some sort of consideration that was given at the time the variance was granted to the hours of operation of Leary's and of what would become autos?
So I would say two things. So you're correct. The variance itself, as you know, which is the controlling document and subsumes anything that happened before it, does not have any limitations of hours. But yes, the answer is and I have the minutes, quite frankly, in front of me, which is, as I'm sure you do too, that we did consider the hours of operation of autos today, which is 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. So they are different than what's in the variance minutes of that meeting prior to the issuance of the variance. And we consider those as the offset hours for what were being proposed today.
Understood. Okay. Yeah, so I think that what I was getting at is that the auto hours seem to overlap with the Leary's hours, but the coffee shop hours would be new and open up additional portions of the day to this new use. So that's sort of what I was getting at. We can move on to the traffic study. I just have a couple more questions, and then I'll be done. The traffic study, I was interested to see that there was nothing in the traffic study about what happens on weekend mornings or on weekend days. We had weekday mornings and weekday afternoons where they considered the traffic, but I would be most interested to know about what happens on weekend days, especially in the summer, as that would, to me, be the peak time and peak seasonality for cars going down that way and stopping for coffee at the proposed location. So is that something that will be addressed in the forthcoming traffic study?
Yeah, Mr. Delisle, I'm going to let Mr. Cram answer that question because he is the traffic engineer and I'm not sure what the standards are. But I'll let him answer and then we can certainly take that back as we go meet with TSEC.
Okay,
yes.
Yes, what, Mr. Cram?
Yes, it will be provided.
Okay, thank you.
So just to be clear, Mr. Cram, the traffic volumes for weekend days will be provided.
For the coffee shop.
Well, not just the coffee shop, the whole, doesn't the traffic study, does the traffic study just address the coffee shop or the whole of the traffic coming and going on to the locus? All the uses.
It addresses the change of use, I believe, Mr. Cram, is that not correct?
That is correct.
So the 154 cars per hour that you referenced, Mr. Cram, earlier in your presentation, those are just cars that relate to the coffee shop only.
That is correct.
So we don't know actually how many cars are coming on and off of the property because you're only telling us about how many cars are coming on and off as they relate to the coffee shop. So we don't know about autos and Leary's and the people that live there.
Correct.
Can we know that? Can we know the total?
I think we'll have to go back and take a look at, I certainly understand the existing conditions exist, though we're not asking to change the autos, the Learys, or the rest, or the residences. We're asking to modify autos so you can understand the impact, right? So the increase over
I understand.
existing.
Yes, Attorney Mead, thank you. I understand that, but I just think for the purposes of comparing what the existing conditions are to what the proposed use would bring would be helpful for us.
All right, we'll take a look at that, Mr. Delisle.
Thank you. Let's see. I think for me, for now, those are all the questions that I have. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Delisle. Mr. Swanton, your question.
Yeah, some of my questions have already been asked, but I'd like to hit on some of the things that came up from in the public hearing from some of the residents. Back in 2011, a variance was granted to allow pizza to be sold and to be, taken off site, not eaten there. And quite a few residents have pointed out that this is really very different. There are 74 seats. If you zoom in on the plan there, it's pretty clear. There are 74 seats in this coffee shop. Very different than the pizza place that's just takeout only. This is 74 seats. And I think a couple of people said, gee, in the past, there was a variance to allow pizza to be carried out, but now you're asking essentially for a 74-seat restaurant where food is consumed on site, and people were saying, gee, that's a major modification, not just a minor thing. I would like, could you please talk to that? Because I heard it come up from quite a few speakers.
Sure, Mr. Swanton, I'm happy to. So the takeout coffee shop itself has those 4 stools, as you can see. Actually, there's a little sign there, 4 stools inside, and the seats outside would be seasonal, and so they wouldn't be there all of the time, and they're pretty frequently turned over. It's a coffee shop. People aren't sitting there having whole meals for hours and hours. So it's accessory to the coffee shop use or the fast food restaurant use, which is how it's actually listed in the table of uses, as an accessory use to the fast food restaurant use. And that's how we've seen it. And that's why we're seeking a modification to the variance. There's no question that we're adding square footage, and there's no question that we're adding additional seats, but it is the same use, and that's why we're asking for modification of that use.
But it's not the same use in that previously it's been takeout only. This is a lot of it's with 74 tables, 4 inside and 70 outside. There's a lot of consumption on site. So that's really very different. At least that's the question. That's the comment I kept hearing than what had been strictly takeout for pizza.
I understand it's different than the takeout for the pizza. There's no question about it. It's takeout for a coffee shop. And I hear you. I hear that you think that those seats make it very different. I still think it's defined as fast food carry out based upon the definition of the ordinance. And we have seasonal seats.
All right. I just wanted to give you a chance to address it since I heard it several times. I also heard people say, well, this could turn into a Dunkin' Donuts or even more so, McDonald's. Could you please comment upon, could this coffee shop be Dunkin' Donuts, a year later? Would there be anything in the what you're proposing that would prevent the, why wouldn't somebody just be able to do that, I guess?
Well, I think there's two reasons. First of all, it's not big enough for a Dunkin' Donuts. Secondly, I think a Dunkin' Donuts is classified differently, perhaps. But thirdly, you can make the variance a condition to run with the current occupant or the proposed occupant. You can actually do that. So you could, aside, different from what autos did, you could actually put conditions in the variance and limit it to run with the proposed occupant.
At this point, given this hour, I mean, I do cross that street as well. I am very familiar with, walking there and what it's like. And I would like to wait before additional questions and discussion to do as Councillor Shan suggested and go through the, have the traffic study and have this presented to the city group that's looking at it and give the residents of the area there, as she stressed, a chance to comment upon it as they live with it every day and they kind of know what the traffic's like there. So with that, I kind of yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Swanton. Mr. Shannon.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of quick ones. The boat storage area seems to have remained, at least part of it. Part of it's gone. What's being done with that little chunk in the middle that's blue and it's paved today? And are there going to be boats there?
Mr. Chagnon, I think that the Mr. Cram indicated to you that no, what we're going to be doing, and this decision was made more recently. That's why you don't have the plan, because we thought we were also going to have to go to TSAC, and we'll re-indicate it on the plan. But there won't be boat storage in that location to allow the trucks to come back in there, do the deliveries, turn around, and go back out.
Okay, so there'll be no boat storage, and there's not an opportunity to add more parking spaces, I guess?
Well, I think that's something that we can discuss, but we would need the space to get I think, a lot of what I read in all the comments from the neighbors, and, look, I drive down Merrimack Street. Nobody in this meeting right now can say that they've never seen a delivery truck park on Merrimack Street, right? So yeah. I think that part of the goal is to get those deliveries off of Merrimack Street. And so I can't tell you that there would be an increase of parking. I don't know how it would fit if we're going to make sure that we get the deliveries off of Merrimack Street.
Okay, great. I guess that's good news. There would be no boats there. That's because I don't, from the drawing, I can't see how you'd get the boats in and out. Your temporary seating is where the boats come in and out now.
Right.
You'd have to drive across the tables. The other, I'll just make a quick comment as it pertains to the traffic study. In my previous life on another ZBA, we did a lot of traffic studies in my town, and I think the base case is imperative that we understand how many cars go in and out of this locus today. As an example, if it is 150 cars an hour that the coffee shop's going to consume, there's a big difference if the existing building has 5 cars per hour and we're adding 150 versus 300 cars an hour and we're adding 150. So I think it's imperative that we understand that basis. And maybe TSAC will do that for us, but without that piece of knowledge, I think it's really hard to evaluate the impact of traffic. And hopefully someone will also look at not only the number of cars going in and out of the intersection, but the proximity to the fact that you've got 2 major intersections where these cars are coming in and out, which, as the neighbors have indicated, makes it even more perilous. So I hope we can get that done. I have no other questions, and hopefully if we do put this off, we get a good traffic report that we can understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Shannon. And Mr. Bennett?
Yeah, just a few. I know it's late. I think this issue of traffic and the quality of the traffic report, in my view, is critical. My colleagues have pointed out in their view what information is deficient. I mean, one other perspective I have is that although we've been given, rightly or wrongly, a number of 10,150 vehicles per day, I would really be more interested in the number of vehicles during the 6 a.m., 4 p.m. timeframe. so we understand precisely the traffic during your hours of proposed hours of operation. My other colleagues have already made their requests, and honestly, this traffic report is not very compelling the way it sits now to me, and it leads me to wonder what the real situation is. So I'm hopeful that we'll see a more robust report in that regard to address some of these concerns. I appreciate the notion of the truck unloading area and getting it off the street and putting it back there. Mr. Delisle asked some questions about that. I guess my follow-up, and maybe he asked this, is I would be curious how many large deliveries of truck deliveries this facility will be accepting on average, and roughly when those, the time of those deliveries. And also, I'm not an expert 18-wheeler driver, and I would like some confirmation from somebody who has such expertise that there is adequate turning and operational space to go in and out in accordance with what a big truck needs. I leave that up to you how to prove that, but it's a critical point to me, and I think to my other colleagues here.
Mr. Bennett?
Hello?
I'm sorry, I just wanted to address the truck turning radius template. We will provide that with you. We've already run it. That's why we know we need that space. So we definitely will provide it to you.
Okay, I would look forward to that. Finally, I also am very curious about the menu here. And I know menus change, but I will, for one, would like to have a much clearer understanding of this notion of what this coffee shop will be serving and the like. So I'm not sure how, I leave that up to you, Counselor. You are more than adequate to figure out how my interest might be, or my question might be answered there. But I think it's relevant to understand just the nature of this facility, because to the extent that there's going to be any approval, it will be, I'm certain, based upon my colleagues' observations, very constrained and narrow in terms of how this facility will be able to operate. And then I guess the threshold question, Attorney Mead, that I see is this. And there's this whole notion of whether this is a modification of an existing use or is it a new use? And my colleagues have pointed that out as a serious question. We have an opinion from our zoning administrator that it is a variance or it is a modification to an existing variance. And we take that, I take that, and I appreciate that opinion. Nevertheless, I would request that you provide some sort of written memorandum which supports that interpretation with appropriate citations to the zoning ordinance and whatever else you might have to support that conclusion.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. We'll be sure to address those questions for you.
Thank you.
Okay. Was there anything further, Mr. Bennett?
No, that'll do it for the moment. Thank you.
And thank you. And not to belabor any of this, I don't have any additional questions other than to just share my original sentiment, which is that this is just the beginning of the process. It's a process of vetting all of the information, and I agree with our council president and others who have shared the sentiment of the latest and greatest data, specifically a traffic study that's relevant to our time and our current patterns, is cornerstone critical before any, I think, rational effort by me can be made toward coming to an analysis and a thoughtful decision. So I think I share that sentiment of going through the questions, going through this phase, but at this point, I'm inclined to want to entertain members of the ZBA in whether we continue this matter pending receipt of that additional information and quite a bit more, and continue the, there will be additional questions and additional comments, I'm sure. What is everyone's thought on that? Mr.
Chair Chimpetti, I'm sorry, this is Andy. Could I just interject there for a moment before you perhaps take a deliberation or vote on that?
Sure.
Just wanted to remind the board, just as an opportunity for additional constructive feedback or input that the board might look for here. The board has discussed here and has heard comments about the Traffic Safety Advisory Committee and the possibility of that group providing some input to the board and with respect to the applicant's plans and the potential impacts at Merrimack Street. It should be noted that the board has the ability to require a so-called peer review, whereby the applicant is submitting funds put into a city account, and then the city is paying for a consultant to do a peer review of whatever traffic analysis might be done by the applicant. I point that out mainly because, well, you know, it's quite obvious applicants oftentimes have the resources they need to present various findings or analysis. Right. It's important that the board have that as well. I defer to the board on this, but in a discussion you might have with the applicant, but TSAC nor the board need to rely exclusively on internal input. They can also call upon a professional traffic consultant, as has been done in other instances, to review the situation and provide some guidance here, and certainly to peer review anything that's provided by the applicant. So I just wanted to point that out, certainly, especially if we're thinking of a continuance, just to make sure that if that is desired by the board, that we initiate that process so that we're not missing that time frame between now and whatever the continuance might be. Thank you.
You hit the nail on the head, Mr. Port, and I was actually hoping to try to get to that with members of the ZBA, but thank you for sure. It's easily overlooked, and it's an important and critical part of our the resources that we need, especially when being asked to evaluate a lot of technical detail that is often you know, areas of expertise that that might not be possessed by any one of us. But this is why we have these resources. So members of the ZBA, let's start just with thoughts, and please include in that the notion of a continuance, and then subject to receipt of anything that we may wish as members of the ZBA to ask, including a peer review of any traffic analysis for the benefit of the ZBA and the city that is independent, or at least independent from the applicant's professionals, with due respect to those professionals. Mr. Moore, your thoughts?
I would almost like to say, you know, I think you just worded it perfectly, but yeah, I mean, clearly the safety issue, the traffic issue has been, and the impact on the neighborhood due to the safety and traffic has been the #1 concern cited by abutters. And I think we should do whatever we can to get the most complete set of information that we can. And while TSAC would be great, and I'm tempted to rely on that, I'll see what the rest of the members think. I think it's clear that there's a big impact with traffic, but I think, you know, maybe we should go the option and the route of getting it a third party confirmed.
Okay, and members of the ZBA, certainly in light of the hour, let me ask a close-ended question. Is there any member of the ZBA that is not that wishes to be heard, you know, and is not inclined to want to go this route of seeking the applicant's participation in a peer review consultant for the benefit of the city and the board? Mr. Shannon?
No, I'm in agreement. Peer review, I think, is imperative. Thank you.
Great. Mr. Delisle?
I would agree with that. Yes.
Mr. Swanton?
Agreed.
Mr. Bennett?
Agreed.
All right, I agree as well. All right, so with that, Attorney Mead, you've heard obviously our out loud sort of consternation on this matter. Is the applicant inclined to indulge this board with a participation in a peer review, so that what we'll be doing next is a continuance, so that we can get the most done and have the benefit of independent peer analysis on any traffic information?
So yeah, we would like a continuance to June 28th. I do hear the request for the peer review. I don't have an initial objection to that, but I want to confer with my client. So I understand where the board is on that. And if I could get back to the planning staff on that next week, that would be great. Or later this week, it's only Tuesday, but it seems like it's not.
Okay. Well, so here's the thing though, and I say this with respect. I don't want to continue this unless we know that the applicant's in or out, because there's a whole lot of folks here and we're here and it's almost 11 and you're here. So I do understand that it's not easy to know, but this is going to be an easy question, and I'll just ask you to indulge me and pose it directly if you can. I would want this information by next time before we give you a date.
Yeah, I understand that. So, but we have to give you a date and time certain, of course. And so June 28th, and the answer is yes. You know, like all peer reviews, the applicant would want to see the scope, obviously, but
of course,
yes.
that we can refine, and
Yes.
the scope will be in parallel with the traffic scope, but it may expand, because, you know, if the planning office, if the board through the planning office feels that there is any inadvertent, you know, limitation in optics and scope of vision in that study, it will only frustrate the purpose of its intended use, which is
right.
You know, breadth of peripheral vision in this area. So I would certainly ask the applicant's indulgence to lean heavily on peripheral vision when it comes to, you know, this parallel scope. If it's too linear, I mean, if it's too narrowly focused, we're gonna feel blind in certain areas. So
Yeah.
I would be inclusive.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree, Mr. Chair. I'm talking about a straight up peer review of the traffic report, which we're now going to expand. So
Okay.
yeah, the answer is understood.
Great. All right. I appreciate that. All right. So members of the ZBA, do we have a motion to continue this application? And by the way, before we go, I just want to say this, and members of the public that have been very patient and very passionate, and I hope you continue to lend your passion and your patience. This is a tedious process. It's a granular one. There is no other way to navigate this other than to go head on straight through. Tedious though granular it may be, this is our charge, for better or for worse. So we are leveled into it as members of the ZBA. We ask your indulgence to participate if at all possible, and return back and continue to lend us your comments and input as we continue this process. And I thank you at this late hour for everyone's patience and indulgence. With that, members of the ZBA, do we have a motion to continue to June 28th with the condition that the ZBA has asked and the applicant has assented to a peer review with an expanded scope, details in parallel to be defined by and with the planning office in that vein?
So moved.
I'll second that, Bud Shagnon.
Thank you. Motion's made by Mr. Moore and seconded by Mr. Chairman. Calling the roll on the vote to continue. Mr. Moore.
Yes.
Mr. Delisle.
Yes.
Mr. Swanton.
Yes.
Mr. Shannon.
Yes.
Mr. Bennett.
Yes.
And Rob Champetti, I vote yes. That's 6 in the affirmative. Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 6. Sorry, it's late. That's 6 in the affirmative. The ayes have it. The motion carries, and that matter is continued. Attorney Mead, thank you, and your team, and again, ZBA, thank you, and members of the public and planning office, thank you as well. So that arrives us at 11:04 p.m. We have. I want to just take a moment and just take a quick stock here. We have the matter of 2224 Market Street, 7 Oak, and then we have what I believe will be the most detailed application, but perhaps not this evening, which is 479th Street, which is at the end of our docket. I'll ask, it looks like Mr. Deshanes, Attorney Deshanes and Attorney Mead, you represent the 3 applications that remain. Does anyone wish to be heard on a continuance? If not, I'll pose the question of the ZBA on whether we wish to indulge pressing forward at least into 2224 Market Street and see where we are. I do want to say that as a ZBA, we endeavored to stop at 11, given the circumstances of this evening. You know, I for one will stick around for another application if it's in the cards, but I don't think any of us are going to be very valuable beyond that. So Attorney Mead, Attorney Deshanes, we'll start with Attorney Deshanes on 2224 Market Street. Do You're next on the docket. If it's in the cards, do you wish to press on or continue?
I'll press on, Mr. Chairman. We've been here 4 hours waiting.
All right, thank you, Counselor. Attorney Mead, with respect to what's the second and the third of the remaining docket. Sorry? Did I miss something? Okay, Attorney Mead, with respect to 7 Oak and 70 and 479th Street.
Mr. Chair, if I could get back to you after Mr. Duchesne does his presentation, that would be great.
Okay, very good. And how about same thing with 7 Oak?
Yes, both of those.
Okay, in fairness, you know, the decision may be made for us, but it all depends on how this goes. Members of the ZBA, you know, your people too. So as well as our planning staff. Is anyone opposed to pressing forward with at least the next application? Is there anyone who has any objection or needs to go? I certainly, you know, want to give everyone the opportunity. Mr. Swanton.
Yeah, I'd prefer not to. You know, it's been an extremely long day for me, and I'm worried about making a good decision here. I suppose if there's, Mr. Bennett can have my vote, but I mean, I just think this is bad practice, in my opinion, to be trying to do these at this hour. I realize people have been waiting a long time, but.
Very good. No, this is the process. We're just talking it out to try to determine our direction, if any. So I thank you. So, Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Chairman Petty. Yeah, I'm kind of with my colleague, Mr. Swanton here. I know as a board, we discussed earlier this year the fact that we do find ourselves taxed late night and tend to make decisions and with all due respect to the fact that people have been waiting all night. I don't see 2224 Market Street being a quick application at all.
Okay.
And that kind of causes me to not want to continue right now.
All right. Let's see. Mr. Delisle, did we hear from you?
No, you haven't yet, Mr. Chairman. I would agree with Mr. Swanton and Mr. Moore.
All right, then it's a mathematical certainty that we can't proceed. Certainly, we don't mean to cut you out, Mr. Bennett, but you and I are numbers that will not carry the evening, even if we were to be inclined. And I certainly respect and appreciate that. So I thank you for just allowing me to go through the process of polling everyone and see where we land. All right, well, with that, Attorney Duchesne's, we have a board that is inclined to call it an evening, as is not at all unusual for this board. We typically do not go past 11 p.m. For these exact reasons. I certainly empathize with the frustration and the inconvenience, but I also hope you understand, and under the circumstances, it's you know, a fast bad decision is no good. But the numbers are what they are. So you've heard the board. What would you like to do, sir?
Well, Mr. Chairman, as I said, you know, we have been waiting. We would like to move forward. However, I can appreciate the board's position. And if the board's not inclined to go forward, then, you know, we're inclined to proceed as the board would like. Mr. Chairman, when is the next meeting? Is it in 2 weeks or is it in a month?
2 weeks is our next meeting. Well, let me see. Caitlin, I don't have it in front of me, and forgive me. Do we have room on our next meeting?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the next meeting is June 14th and we have 2 spaces open.
All right, we have 2 spaces open. Yes.
Mr. Chair, is there any way, given the lateness of hour, I understand that even though there's only 2 spaces, that you could put all 3 applications on the June 14th meeting?
I got to tell you, I want to, but we can't. I mean, all we're going to be doing is kicking this. You know, we're going to be trading a problem this evening for a logger jam in 2 weeks. I think I do agree with the sentiment of at least one board member that Market Street may require some detail and some thought, as will 479th. I don't know if 7 Oak is in the same category. I would continue, I'll certainly do this. Normally, I mean, the discretion of our board, we try not to put two very weighty applications on, even if it fills two open slots. But I will do I'll do this. I would agree to put two, what I believe are two very weighty applications on for the next meeting, Market Street and 79th Street. But I would have to, and again, with due respect, I don't mean to be playing, poker with folks' time and their patience. But given just the length of time we need, I would do that in balance. So I would fill those two slots and I would give them one to, one to Attorney DeShanes and one to you for 479th. But I don't think we can get them. I don't think we can get through them all. I mean, I think that it's going to be a long night. I can pull the board if you'd like me to, and whatever the board decides, we'll do.
Yeah, I'd like the consideration since, obviously it's been a long night. I'd like the consideration so that the board, so at the next meeting, maybe they have the choice. Maybe somebody continues the next meeting and you have an open slot. So at least the applications are all on the agenda and then you can decide what to do.
I agree that's fair. I can at least pull the board on that and we'll see where it lands. All right, members of the ZBA, you heard Attorney Mead's comments and mine. Mr. Moore, what say you?
Is there any knowledge of what the applications are already? Are they special permits? Are they, do we know
20 Well, Market Street is three-part. It's
no. I mean, what's already on the 14th? So,
sorry.
we might be able to say, well, yeah, no, it looks like it might be one of those meetings where we could easily do that. Do we have an idea of what we're looking at on the 14th already with respect to complexity?
Yes, we have 3 special permit for non-conformities applications on the agenda.
Okay, that's it?
That's it.
Okay.
I think that colors my opinion a little bit.
I'm in light of that, and perhaps I should have led with that question, but it's very late. All right, so let's not belabor this any longer. I'm okay with it. Any member of the ZBA not okay with putting all 3 on? Seeing no takers. All right, Attorney Mead, Attorney DeShanes, we'll put all 3 of these on. I'll take them one at a time, and we'll do a quick vote to continue to the meeting of June 14th. Any objection, Attorney DeShanes?
No, Mr. Chairman, but could we also possibly be put on at the beginning of the meeting so as to not run into this problem again?
I can't give you first out of the gate. We can evaluate that as we approach the night of the meeting. And if it's in the cards, I certainly will try to give preference to a continuation in sequence, provided that none of the others are also continuations. But yes, I can't guarantee it, but I understand the request, and I think it's fair. I just wanted to share what the prism through which I'll have to run it when we get there. But yes, I'll try my best to do that, and we'll do that as we sequence the agenda, if that's okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right. And Attorney Mead, I assume that's fine with you as well. I'm going to just go ahead and run through the votes. All right, great.
Yes.
All right, members of the ZBA, on the motion to continue the matter of 2224 Market Street, all 3 applications. It's been requested to put this matter on for June 14th. Do we have a motion, a second?
So moved.
Thank you.
I'll make the second.
Motion's made by Mr. Moore, seconded by Mr. Delisle, calling the roll on the motion to continue the applications, all 3 of the applications of 2224 Market Street to June 14th. Mr. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Delisle?
Yes.
Mr. Swanton?
Yes.
Mr. Shannon?
Yes.
Mr. Bennett?
Yes.
And Rob Champetti, I vote yes. That's 6 in the affirmative. The ayes have it. Motion carries. Matter is on 2224 Market is continued to June 14th. Thank you. And on the applicant's request on 7 Oak Street, a special permit for nonconformities to continue to June 14th as well. Do we have a motion and a second?
So moved, Mr. Moore.
Thank you.
I'll second that too.
And Mr. Delisle, thank you for the second. Motion's made and seconded. Calling the roll, Mr. Moore.
Yes.
Mr. Delisle.
Yes.
Mr. Swanton.
Yes.
Mr. Shannon.
Yes.
And Mr. Bennett.
Yes.
And Mr. Champetti, that's me. I vote yes. That's 6 in the affirmative. The ayes have it. Motion carries. Matter of 7 Oak Street is continued to the meeting of June 14th. And finally, the application of 479th Street. Do we have a motion and a second to continue that upon the applicant's request to the hearing of June 14th?
Keep it going. So moved.
Thank you. And
Second that.
Wow. Thanks. Motion's made by Mr. Moore and seconded by Mr. Delisle. Calling the roll, Mr. Moore,
Yes.
Mr. Delisle,
Yes.
Mr. Swanton,
Yes.
Mr. Shannon,
Yes.
Mr. Bennett.
Yes.
Rob Champetti, I vote yes. It's 6 in the affirmative. The ayes have it. The motion carries. And that matter on 479th Street is also continued to the hearing of June 14th. The sequence to be finalized as we approach, and I'll work with our planning department to be helpful in that regard. With that, members of the ZBA and certainly any members of the public that dare to still be around, allow me to say thank you. My apologies to the applicants who we had to continue. I hope you understand. We certainly don't endeavor to do that ever, but sometimes we must. Anyone who's spoken, we ask you to come back and continue to participate. Thank you for your patience this evening. Caitlin and Andy and certainly Miss Joy for writing all this down and Miss Blanchet for being here. Also, I want to recognize we have our city solicitor, Attorney Deborah Ecker. Thank you for being here, and we'll look forward to your help and value in our continuation of that matter that you were here for. With that, I believe that concludes our public hearings. All we have before us, members of the ZBA, is the business meeting, approval of the minutes of 5/10/2022. Do we have a motion to approve or any changes or updates? Hearing none. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes from 5/10/22 and a second?
So moved.
I'll second that.
All right, motion's made and seconded on the approval of the minutes. All those in favor, you can just respond by a vocal aye. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? None. The ayes have it. Motion carries and the minutes are approved. Thank you, Gretchen, for writing all of this down. I have no other updates. It's been a late evening. Direct report, I trust you have no other updates.
Yes, Chair, I will not bother the board at this hour with any of.
That's it. Wise choice, sir. That's why you're so
Thank you,
successful.
Andy.
The man.
Any other comments, member of the ZBA or staff before we motion to adjourn? None. All right. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All right.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. All those in favor to adjourn, say aye.
Aye.
Any abstentions? Any no votes? The ayes have it. Motion carries, and the Newburyport Zoning Board of Appeals hearing of 5/24 is adjourned. Thank you all very much, and apologies. It's been a late evening, so thank you for sticking around.
Thanks for the hard work on some complicated issues tonight.
Thanks, everyone. Good job.
Thanks. Good night. Have a
Good night,
nice
everybody.
evening. What's left of it.